Anyone want to give us a quick recap of what happened last session before we dive into it today?
Do you have any notes, Sam?
Nope.
Okay.
We did
Well-
establish last session was mostly like a podcast for some of us. Something that
Yes.
will be remedied today.
Let's see. Okay, that is the beginning. It started with Crom getting reunited with his dad. That was a whole little thing. His dad came and grabbed him from the fisherman, brought him back home. He's like, I'm so happy you're okay. Never do that again. And as Crom grows up, he's like helicopter parented by everybody. Does not appreciate that. Let's see. Talked a little bit about his gauntlets that he gets. And he has a little moment a little while later where he trains with his dad. And his dad gives him like good advice and stuff. Pretty cool. I wrote bro gets knocked the fuck out, so I'm gonna assume that references Crom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
He punches me.
Yeah. Yeah, your dad knocked you out. Oh yeah. And it cuts to Cygnus and Cordelia getting like scolded by their dad because he's like, "Why would you do something so dangerous? You silly, silly children." And then we're like, "We're sorry." And then he like sobs and he's like, "I'm sorry. I don't want to be mad at you. I love you." Which we love him too. Pretty awesome. Old people are slow as magma. That was a whole bit. Yeah, we get grounded. But like a little bit afterwards, there was an ash storm happening, and Cygnus was like, "Man, I want to go witness that, 'cause that's cool." So she goes stands out in the fucking open as like this horrible, horrible storm happens. And she like gets pelted with ash and horrible debris, and she like can't breathe and can't see, and like, feels like she's gonna die. But then her mom shows up and lets her wear this was it aloeweed? This
Yes.
vestige that like protects her. And she's like, "Holy shit, I can see again and breathe." Pretty cool. My dad has a panic attack about it. And my mom's a psychopath is a note that I have. And yeah, I hang with my mom for a little bit while she's home because she's not in the mines, obviously. And then she sits me down and has like this whole talk with me, this whole very deep talk about religion and like the afterlife and everything. And everything. She's like, no matter where we meet, she'll be waiting for me and that she loves me. And I'm like, what the fuck, Mom? You know. And I convinced her to bring the Cosmeton robot that my dad refurbished for her so that the place she was going, which was like the super dangerous place really deep in the mines or whatever, she was acting like she was gonna die down there. So I was like, oh my gosh, no, you have to bring this robot with you.
She
and we go to
she
Yes.
implied it might be her final journey down.
Yeah, so like she would die.
That's not what she said.
I know, but it's, Cygnus thinks she's gonna die. I'll tell you that much.
Okay.
Yeah, she convinces her to bring down this robot with her. For no nefarious reasons at all. Then we go to Escar. Get to meet his stupid friends. Gerbo, Dog, and Bufy.
It's my favorite.
Yes.
Not to be biased, I just had a lot of fun voicing those three.
Oh my gosh, my washing machine made noise. Gerbo is Dog's cousin, and Donk is the boy that Escar saved from the like bug thing. Bufy's whole deal is that he's a one-upper, and he likes being the best at things. It doesn't like Escar being the best at things. Anyway, they're trying to catch some bugs, and Escar is, yeah, bug. Escar's leading the pack, of course. They want to catch some golden bugs for his sisters because he feels bad for killing their pet forever ago. Dog pledges his life to Escar. I have a whole section where I wrote I cried, so I didn't take many notes. I think because I was laughing at Dog. Next note,
possible.
Donk got fucking bagged. Trademark. Really?
I actually went back and rewatched that part, and I saw Sam started like crying, and I was so proud because I was like, "This is the stupidest bit it's ever been done. This is dumber than peeing on that one corpse that happened. It's dumber than the Piz bit.
Yeah.
It's the dumbest thing that's ever happened."
Wheezing, dude. I had to like take a second to actually breathe before I had an asthma.
He'll be
attack.
fine.
Kale could
He's
hear
a good
me-
kid.
Kale could hear me
It's just like the
laughing
bags
in the
twitching.
kitchen.
It's like he'll be okay.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah. He was having a reaction to the bugs, and then he got put in a bag.
Yeah, he got paralyzed, and then she hung him in the bag, and was like, "We just gotta let it get out of his system."
Yeah. I remember I was laughing so hard, Kale yelled at me because I was audible through the walls. The, like, 4 walls that separate us.
Okay. It's a good bit. Let's move
Yes.
on.
Yes. And he cooks up them bugs that he caught. Right? And then all of a sudden there's a bit of a ruckus in the village. And some Yaskanarian warriors showing up. Including this one guy that was like a severed head. And he was like screaming stuff. We find out that it's Escar's dad's bro that
Remember his
Escar
name?
ain't got no clue about. Somewhere in here.
His name was Goskier, but you can call me Goskier.
Yep. Goskier. Yes. Need to fix that.
Do that later.
I wrote the long letter. Yeah. His dad and Goskier have a lot of talking. And it's obvious that Escar's dad is kind of uncomfortable talking about all the violence and all the like about the tribe that these guys like murdered and everything. And he's like, "Hey man, I don't want to fight anymore."
I would say less uncomfortable, more reserved.
Well, yeah. Escar comes up to listen to the conversation, and it's and yeah, they have a whole conversation where he's like, "Hey man, it's a lot of violence, you know. I want to be here with my kid." And he's like, "You're soft. I'm gonna fix that. You and me, we're having a bros trip."
That's a
Pretty
way of
sure.
putting it. They're marching to war in 2 days.
Well, you know,
To be
bros
more
trip.
specific. Yeah, sure, bros trip.
Yeah, and then we go to Castillo. Yeah, Castillo's fine after the whole pit ordeal, other than just fucking confused. Holic isn't around anymore, unfortunately. Her mom's acting a little different. Dad's acting a little different. To the point that Castillo's like, "There's something wrong with me," and no one's saying anything. Yeah, and life goes back to kind of normal until a guy in a suit shows up at their door. And he's there for a disturber and talks to Castio. Talks to Castio's mom, gets put in a room with just the two of them. And he does a little experiment. He has it. Shut the fuck up, washing machine. He has this like rock that he's like, hey, Castio, pick up that rock. Castio does it and he's like, whoa, holy shit. And she's like, it's a rock. What about it? And he's like, no, it's a special rock. I can't pick it up if I think about it, but you can pick it up, no problem. You're a disturber, but you're like really cool. Yeah, he thinks that she could be an apostle for Esna and invites her to the capital. And of course she says yes, and then she tries to shove Esme into a suitcase and rips out some of her hair, and they're like, man, we need sharing rooms and stuff. Pollock would need to be in the walls doing boy stuff. And Castio goes off with this guy who does not have a name. And he only requests that,
He's
or I
the
guess
architect.
the archivist.
Yeah, something like that.
And Castio names him Mr. Archivist. So, yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
And that brings us to today.
Fuck.
Okay. Awesome way to start the session. But I guess that's what we're using to jump off. Okay.
Grew
Cool.
up a little bit. That was so nice.
Every transition's gonna be smooth.
Yep, this is great. Keep that in, Dawson. I want to actually enhance that moment really quick. Could you do an edit where we get that, but it's in black and white and slow-mo?
Oh,
Enhance.
Yes.
I'll try.
We
I'll see
gotta.
what I can do.
This is live too. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
embarrassing.
Yeah, that nobody's watching, so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, fair.
And moving on.
Okay. So. I don't remember leaving the woods. But after that, it all became a haze. I don't know when people started to notice my presence. It must have been sometime around their fourth age. Their eyes started to wander and meet my own. A new experience, but not an unwelcome one. After the great jump, it seemed they could all meet my eyes. What's certain is this. I did not realize the effect I would have on some. If I did, would I have approached him then? I'm so glad I get to watch this ad. It's my favorite part. Okay. Actually, I don't like this music for what's happening. Crom. You open your eyes on the ground. You can feel the dirt underneath you. All of the grass in this area has been worn away by the last couple of years of training. Your blood and your sweat and even your fur have seeded the ground and killed all life that was in the circle. You look into the sky. Fossar hangs high above, and Fjarn begins to dip over the horizon. It sort of bathes the land in this rose gold light. You can hear wind blowing the crops behind you. You're nearing the beginnings of fall. A harsher winter approaches. You've heard your parents talking about it. Your mother, Caritha, seems particularly worried, but your father, Darakan, has done his best to reassure the family. Ragnar and Dathan have been assisting him in the fields quite frequently. Agar seems to disappear, and Dryon... Well, you're not sure what Dryon's doing. Cor and Corain have been helping your mother with the household responsibilities and tend to your brothers and your father when they overwork themselves. But despite all that's going on, despite the constant labor, your father has still taken the time of his day to train you. Now, whether that's a good or a bad thing, I couldn't tell you. Because you can feel your heartbeat in your head, pounding against the back of your skull. It hurts. Your body aches. Your arms burn. You've started to notice heaps of muscle poking through the skin. Not literally, mind you. I mean, you've got a pump going. Or so they
The
say.
old gym pump.
The old gym pump. But no, you've started to put on quite a bit of lean muscle. That being said, the training is relentless. Arise.
I stand up.
Your father looks down at you. And he holds up his arms.
I reach up and grab his arms as I'm dusting myself off.
Okay. He flips you over his head, slams you onto the ground, and everything goes black again.
Oh, okay.
And you blink and realize you can't see Fosar anymore. You look over, you see Fjarn completely disappeared. All that remains is the golden light trickling from, again, near the horizon, where that star has moved since. You're not sure how long you've been unconscious, but it was longer than last time.
I once again stand up.
Your father is sitting down, just sort of watching the fields, staring off towards the Black Sea, where the cliff would end.
I'm gonna dust myself off and walk over to him.
I think that's enough for today.
What was up with that flip? You reached out your hand to me and you just stole me?
He laughs a little bit. Old habit. You've grown strong. A flip like that when I was your age would have knocked me out for quite a while. Then again, my old man was pretty big.
What were you like when you were younger? Never really talk about it.
I was ambitious. He breaks his gaze from the Black Sea and turns to you and claps you on the shoulder and begins to walk towards the house. It's not something I really like to talk about, but perhaps you could ask one of the fishermen, eh? Some of them higher. I used to climb the cliffs. A habit you will not indulge in. And he looks at you very sternly.
All right.
You both go inside. You sit down for your meal. And after it is finished, your father goes back to his room to rest. But you notice that Ragnar is missing. You see Dathan stands up. He wipes his mouth. He looks at your mother and he says, "Well, I better get going. Have some friends I need to meet in the city." Your mom kind of narrows her eyes and just looks down. "Very well. Should be back before dark." Of course, of course. Absolutely." He looks over at Dryon and kind of elbows him. And Dryon goes, "I also need to help him. I mean, hang with him and the friends." She goes, "Oh my gosh, just go. Just go." And they both get up and they scramble away. You can follow them if you'd wish.
You actually gonna let me go?
Your mother looks up at you and says, "You're almost of age. If you're with your brothers, you'll be fine."
Speaking of them, have you seen Ragnar? He didn't show up.
She sighs and just sets the plates down that she was collecting. "I assume that's where your brothers have gone." "But I must ask you this. If you go with them, you mustn't tell your father what you find. His temper has been dormant for some time. I would like to keep it that way." Now is not a time to burden him with such things. Go.
Okay. And I get up and leave.
Do you run towards your brothers?
Yes, I follow them.
So you follow your brothers, Dathan and Dryon, and you see the two of them are just kind of leisurely jogging down the path. And as they look up at the star, Fosar, they begin to increase it to sort of a sprint as they run towards the city. "We're going to miss it!"
I chase after them.
"We're not going to miss it. His match doesn't start yet." We are. And they begin to run even faster. You enter town. You see beautiful stonework sort of, again, leans into this hard, petrified wood. The two of them slot together like puzzle pieces. There aren't really nails that hold these buildings together. They're more like jigsaw puzzles that are carved and then slot. It allows the buildings to sort of shake when the storms hit and keeps them from shattering or blowing over too easily. You reach a part of town or the city that you've never seen before after many, many minutes of sprinting. You're almost out of breath. People are giving you strange looks. And you look and you see massive pillars, each of them carved to resemble various different of your people stacked on top of each other, all like wrestling or fighting or punching or kicking each other. And they just pile up, wider at the base, smaller at the top, until eventually it hits a massive like outcropping of this rock. And it leads into a cliff face as the city continues to like spire up this mountain. This is the Colosseum. Something you've seen from a distance, but something a place that you've never actually been in person.
I stop for a moment before I like reach the entryway, and I just sort of stand there and gaze at this giant statue of people on top of each other.
It's multiple. So there are about 20 columns that hold this entire place together. Uh, I mean, hundreds of carved people. You can see blood trickling, pieces of fur ripped, falling towards the bottom. The stonework is truly intricate, and the eyes of each of these are gilded. You can see places on the weapons where people, especially towards the bottom and the base, where people have rubbed before entering the Colosseum, are extremely shiny and then sort of get blacker as you go further up, weathered from age. You can smell the sweat, and you feel a slight tremor and hear a roar from inside. You see
As I
Death.
snap back to reality, I'm gonna check and see where my brothers went, if they're still here.
Dryon kept sprinting. Dathan stopped and turned towards you, grabs you by the shoulder, and pulls you in. Quick, we're going to miss it! I can't believe they let you go! He continues to run inside.
Is this where Ragnar went? Is he fighting?
Is he fighting? Do you not know? As the two of you continue, he pushes past a lot of people. There are other guards who are sort of watching everybody's funneling the crowd. They see Dathan and Dryon, and they part the crowd so that they can slip in. And they stop you for a second, but Dathan goes, he's with us, he's with us. And then the guard nods and he lets you in.
What's going on?
We gotta get good seats. The main event's about to start.
I just follow them.
You enter and you see a massive crowd. Hundreds of people. A staggering amount that is one you've never seen is sitting on rows and rows of benches that sort of circulate around this arena in the center. In the middle, it seems to be gray sand with darker stains in different places. You see pieces of white poking out, broken weapons, shattered shields, all tossed to the side and littering around the ground. Massive torch lights hang from the ceiling and from the walls that illuminate this entire space. And because all of this is underground, the cheering from the crowd is absolutely deafening. You hear nothing but screaming, cheering, roaring. It shakes the ground beneath your feet like an earthquake. Your brothers pull you into a seat that's pretty well stationed. It's near the bottom, and you can see specks and traces of blood sort of litter this railing that goes all the way around. There is a man in the center dressed in elaborate clothing, some noble of some kind. He raises his hands, and the crowd's cheers begin to quiet somewhat. And he says,
"And now, for the main event, our champion, the undefeated, son of the Fistbreaker, son of the city, champion Ragnar."
And you see the gates begin to rise, and your brother, hulking in what seems to be petrified armor that looks a lot like your father's, steps out into the arena and raises his bare fists to the crowd. Cheering erupts. You just hear ringing. It hits you like a wall of sound. And then slowly it begins to fade out.
And he will be facing a new challenger. One who has made the trip from long over Black Sea. One who has heard tale of our undefeated champion. I present to you champion of our neighboring island, Ragnar.
and a massive hulking figure, at least twice the size of Ragnar, breaks through the gate, raises a massive fist. He stands likely like 7 feet tall. His posture is hunched, his back rippling with muscles. The fur is so spread apart you can see the skin between it. He, on his hands, wraps like what you can tell is sort of like a rope covered in dark stains, sort of braided around his knuckles like makeshift gauntlets. These things are going to fucking hurt when he hits somebody.
Of course, Ragnar will be doing this unarmed. But our champion from over Black Sea is not so kind. With him, he brings rope.
The crowd begins to laugh and jeer as Ragnar simply stares at his opponent.
And now, a moment.
The crowd quiets, and there is only silence before you hear something hit the ground. A foot, and then another, and then another, and then another. Just a beat begins to sway the Colosseum.
Go!
All at once. Quiet again, and then Ragnar disappears from where he was. You see the sand spread as his feet slam against it. He rushes at his opponent. Here's how we're going to do this. Dawson, you are going to play Ragnar.
I'm gonna roll for him.
You're going to roll for your brother. Who wants to be the challenger? Sam.
Yeah.
Why don't you roll for our opposing champion?
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Okay. Let me put on some combat music real quick.
Megan and I have a suggestion.
I have a suggestion. I
Okay.
sent it to Kale and Sam. It's
I fucks
called.
with it heavy.
Yeah, I found a
Yeah.
1-hour version.
Okay, that's what I was listening to.
Okay, are you going to put it on the list?
Yeah, I can do
Whole
that.
playlist, yeah.
We were listening to it while you guys talked, and it was the coolest thing ever.
Okay. There you go.
Oh, I know what this is.
Okay, good.
It's a DoorDash.
You know
ad.
how. Oh, I got Google Chrome right now.
Oh,
Okay.
there's so many ads in this. Holy shit.
So, our two combatants step
public
out onto the
AI
field.
ad.
Gray sands, a roaring crowd. Ragnar bares his teeth as he again sprints at full speed towards his opponent. You won't need to bother with movement. I just want you to describe exactly how you're fighting.
Okay.
Ragnar, you take the surprise round.
All right. So I think to start out, he's gonna go in from the side and kind of like go in for like a liver punch
Okay.
to start it.
And I'll tell you what, every time you do a move that you describe is going to look cool, you can roll a performance check. If you succeed, the crowd emboldens you and is going to grant you temporary hit points. Ragnar, you're going to start with 40. We're going to try and make it a short match. Your champion has 60. Again, you're using your fists. And go. Go ahead and make your attack roll.
Okay. Do I add anything to it?
You're going to add a +3. The champion's going to add a +4.
Okay. 14.
Okay. So, let's see. Unfortunately, that is just barely going to miss. So you go for a liver, and you watch as Ragnar's fist stops. The momentum is lost, and the champion just looks down, and you can see there is a wall of muscle that is protecting this guy's liver. You can make your second attack.
Okay. Then with this one, ooh. So he's taller than me, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think we gotta go, obviously, for the legs and try and knock him down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
15.
15. Roll a performance check. You're gonna add +4.
17.
Okay. The crowd emboldens you. You're going to add an additional damage die. And you're gonna gain 5 temporary hit points.
I assume it's a D6 or
Ragnar's punching with D10s, baby.
D10s. Oh, baby.
Holy shit.
Behold the eldest!
Where's my other one?
He's got that older brother strength.
No.
This is the most badass fight scene ever.
Yeah, here we go.
What's the
We
total?
need animators. We need fucking animators.
Those are expensive, Sam. Don't do it.
I need to learn how to animate, guys. I think it's
I spent all my
happening
money
now.
on Christmas presents.
What's the bonus for damage?
Oh, your bonus is gonna be a +3.
+3. Okay. 6.
6 damage total.
Yes.
Oh man. Okay.
Yeah, wasn't very good rolls.
So, Ragnar goes for a liver punch. It gets stopped by the muscle. Then he immediately pivots, goes for a knee. You watch as the champion buckles ever so slightly, but doesn't quite kneel. Ragnar, I'll tell you what. You have an action surge. You don't have to use it now, but you have one.
I'm gonna save it.
Save it. Okay. Now your opponent is going to take their turn.
Okay. Let's see. Ragnar's a little smaller. And he's kind of focused down low, like on my knees, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just like to smash him. Bam. Downside of head.
Okay. So go ahead and make your smash attack.
Okay. What am I adding to this? +4?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You forget I roll like a god.
Oh no.
She's got the rolling advantage.
They
Yeah.
do indeed.
I can switch to my shitty dice in a second.
No,
I'll
use
go for
whatever
this
one you
one.
want.
So 21.
Okay. That's gonna do it, yeah.
Okay.
I set both of your
Okay,
ACs
roll.
at 15.
Okay.
Yeah. And then what are we rolling for damage?
You are rolling a d10 as well.
D10. Okay.
Make a performance check for me as well. You're gonna add plus
Yeah,
2.
+2. Okay, writing things down. 10.
Okay. Would you like to make a second attack?
Oh, am I not doing any damage with that one or no?
You did. You dealt 10 damage, right?
I thought that was for the performance check.
Oh, sorry. Whoopsie. Whoopsie, that's on me. Yeah, 10's not gonna do it. So you go for the smash attack. You see the crowd gasps, but they don't cheer.
Okay. And then on the T10 for damage, also a 10.
Also 10? Okay.
Yeah.
And then you're not adding anything for that. It's just gonna be straight rolls.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you also have an action surge. You can use that whenever you'd like.
Okay.
Alright, we'll save that.
Okay.
I'll tell you
My
what.
turn.
You guys don't have to keep track of HP. I'll do that for you.
All right.
Ragnar, you're up.
Next.
Massive hands covered in rope slam down on your shoulder. You feel the rope dig into your skin and rip some of the fur off. You can see an open wound, a burn. That's gonna sting.
Okay. I'm just gonna go straight forward and go just for some chest hits.
Okay. You stare at this massive wall of absolute insane pack, and you go straight for it.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make your unarmed strikes.
18
That's a hit. You want to roll that other one?
for performance.
Yeah.
That's +3.
Mm-hmm. Oh, +4 for you.
+4. Okay. So +3 for attack, +4 for the performance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 22.
Yeah, that's gonna do it. Yeah. So you're gonna roll double damage.
+3, 13.
Okay. You've got a second attack.
I am gonna go ahead and use that. I'm gonna go in. He's not like how much taller is he? Like I can still go for the face,
He's
right?
like a full 1.5 feet taller than you standing straight up.
Okay, then I'm gonna go for a jumping kick to the face.
Okay. So, okay, yeah, go ahead and do it. What was that?
I got a nat 1.
Okay. So you go for a jumping kick, and unfortunately, it doesn't quite do it. The sand underneath your feet causes you to slip, and you fall. Your last action of this turn could be getting up from prone.
Alright, I'll do that.
Okay. Next up is your opponent.
Can I kick him in the face while he's getting up?
You can certainly try.
I'd like to. Yeah, I sure fucking can.
Okay.
Rolled a nat 20. Just kick him
I
in
mean-
the jaw.
Okay.
I mean, it's just how it goes.
So,
I switched my shitty dice too.
all right. No performance check necessary. You're just gonna roll double damage.
We're just gonna be brutal with it.
Yeah. It's gonna be
Guy's a
2d10.
dick, I was excited. 5 and 6. 11.
11? Okay. So, let's see. Whew, gosh, 11 damage.
Pick the wrong opponent, motherfucker.
So, Ragnar goes to scramble back up, and you just see a foot slam into your head and push you back down into the sand. You grab it with both arms, begin to lift it off of your body. Ragnar, that's going to be back up to you.
Okay. Hmm. You know what? I'm gonna try and go and strike the kneecap to try and like break the knee.
Okay.
Oh, 12. I got a 12.
That's not going to do it. Your fist hits the bone and just you feel something crack in your knuckles. You can continue to wail it on if you want. You got another attack.
Oh well. $11.
Again, an 11's not going to do it. You can make a performance check here if you'd like.
Okay. 18.
Okay. You watch as the crowd begins to raise a chant. It's too quiet to hear it, though. But you can feel it rumbling in the sand. Next up, our neighboring champion.
Mhm. We're just gonna punch him. We're just gonna get at him. Wherever you're at my knees, I'll just punch him in the face. Oh, so sorry, my guy.
What have you done?
I haven't done anything yet,
Okay.
but I'm sorry for what may happen. If I kill your brother, that's not on me. That one misses, right? 14?
A 14 is going to miss, yeah.
Yeah.
So Ragnar is nimble. Neighboring champion goes down to punch. You watch Ragnar duck out of the way, move to the other side of the leg. Are you using your action surge or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll go for it.
The champion's muscles grow a little bit larger, and you hear their back crack as they swing around the other side with lightning speed and go for a second punch.
Not too much better, but 16.
That's going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Roll your performance.
Performance. 13.
Not going to do it. Just go ahead and roll normal damage.
Yeah. They don't like this guy. I understand.
Crowd don't fuck
it-
with Rock Guy.
It is gonna do 9 damage, though.
Okay.
You go over there.
Ragnar, it's your turn.
Okay. Gonna go in for an uppercut.
Okay. The champion is bowed over.
Nat 20.
Yeah!
That's gonna fucking do it. Go ahead and roll your double damage.
Oh.
You watch as the neighboring champion's back cracks as they swing around to the other side, slam a fist into Ragnar's head. Ragnar gets thrown back. You watch blood, splinters spray from his wooden armor, but a fist comes with it. BAM! And slams right into the champion's head.
17.
17 damage straight to the fucking skull.
Oh
Hell,
my god.
hell yes. It's gonna be down. Okay. So. That was your first attack. I'll say with the uppercut, the champion staggers back. Their foot is no longer on your chest. You now have
All
full
right.
range of motion.
And I'm gonna go for just a straight kick to the chest and try and knock him over.
Okay.
Unnatural 20.
Roll your performance check.
Oh. 6.
That's not going to do it. It's sloppy work, but it does the job. Your foot slams into the champion's chest as they continue to stagger back from the force of your uppercut. How much damage was that?
Let me roll for it real quick. 8.
Okay. You've still got your action surge.
Alright, let's rip it. I'm gonna go in from this side and try the liver punch again.
Okay.
And
Unfortunately, again, you go for the liver punch, and the same abs that stopped you the first time are still there. The champion's core tightens as they try to righten themselves back up. They open their jaw and unleash a mighty roar that shakes the ground more than the crowd. But you hear the chant. It grows ever louder.
Ragnar! 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 Ragnar!
You've won the crowd. And the champion takes their swings.
Punch. Just gonna punch him.
Just gonna punch.
Just sloppy and angry and pissed off and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Just bitch slap him. The fucking plot. That's a 6.
Okay. You watch Champion's blood red eyes lock onto you. They take a very obvious wide swing. You easily duck out of the way. Now, you've already used your action surge, Champion, so unfortunately we're going to have to pass it over to Ragnar.
Let's go, baby. Alright, this time I'm gonna dodge around him and strike him from the back.
Okay.
A natural 20!
Make your performance check.
20, unnatural 22.
Okay, so yeah, you're going to roll the double damage.
Let's go, baby. Oh god, I dropped one. Where'd that go?
It only counts if it's max.
What?
9.
9 damage total.
Yes.
Okay. You watch a champion stagger backward. They look hurt. You see them bleeding from the nose. Their snout is squashed. You see their knees are starting to buckle as they stagger through the sand. Champion, it is your turn.
Alright. One last ditch swing. Oy.
Not gonna do it?
14.
So from your perspective, your opponent fucking disappears. You see trails in the sand where they moved, but as you turn around to again wildly swing in their direction, again they're not there. You look down, there they are, crouched, so low to the ground, so lithe, unlike any opponent you've ever faced. The crowd, whoops, dropped my pen. The crowd just watched Ragnar disappear and then reappear behind his opponent, slam a fist into this guy's back so hard that his body turns around. He tries to use it to aim his swing, misses. Ragnar, it's back to you.
Alright. Now we're just gonna go for some face punches. Natural 20.
Fucking roll.
What the hell is happening, dude? The plot,
For the
man.
plot, bitch!
It went from him getting his ass whooped to now he's just unloading that shit.
It's called entertainment.
Uh-huh.
Everybody loves an underdog.
Oh, yeah.
15.
Damage?
Yes.
How do you KO this opponent?
I'm going for that Metal Gear Solid style, right? This guy is so much bigger than me, and I just start laying into him with like a flurry of punches.
The crowd watches as
Yes,
Ragnar's
thanks.
arms begin to fucking disappear. You hear a screeching sound as they move through the air, a whistling as it has to replace the space his arms leave behind. As they begin to, one by one, put dents in this guy's face and his body and his abs. And finally, with one last liver blow, you slam it.
I finally
Blood
got it.
comes out of his mouth. Your fist sinks into his body between his abs. You fucking crack 5 of his ribs, and he slumps over to the ground and just sits there. His frame is the only thing keeping him from falling over. You watch as Ragnar pulls his fist out, raises it to the crowd, blood dripping down, uses a single finger to push his opponent over into the sand. The crowd goes crazy.
The champion again takes his title to the next level. Behold, Ragnar!
Your brother raises his fists to the ceiling of the Colosseum, and the earth shakes with applause.
I'm sitting there in the stadiums, in the stands, and I just like scream, and like I almost fall over the railing as I'm just like
He staggers
leaning
back.
overwards.
He staggers back, 16 hit points, barely on his feet. He
That was close.
pulls off his shattered mask, throws it to the sand, raises a hand, and points to you three on the stands. And he raises a fucking fist. You got the message loud and clear. For my family. And that was your first experience at the Colosseum. And we will be moving on.
That was the coolest
That's my
thing that's
goat.
ever fucking happened,
That's
dude.
my goat.
Yeah, baby.
Holy shit.
A pleasure doing business with you.
You kind of had me scared at the start. I'm not gonna lie.
I wrote-
I had myself scared. I have
in the
and
notes, do not let Sam roll for enemies. But I take that back now because that
They
was
just
so
roll
well.
too well.
Same as
I
plot
rolled
rolls. We've
twice
gone over
3
this.
times.
I don't
That
think
is
I
true.
breathed for the last minute.
No, neither did I.
Let's see. Okay. So, Cygnus,
Yes.
you stare at this heap of garbage. Broken machines stacked on top of one another, trickling down the side. You see the heat has caused any oils or lubricants to evaporate or dry. But because there's no moisture in the air, rust can't form. The metal is shiny, almost pristine. Like a corpse that hasn't been allowed to decay. Leaning on it, of course, is the cosmeton that your mother will be taking with her on her journey down. A journey she talked with you about in length. Currently, she's inside saying goodbye to your father and your sister, and you're just watching the cosmeton sit there. You've worked on it briefly. A woman every once in a while came by to help your father with it. A sentry was her name. You've actually spoken to your father in great detail about an apprenticeship with her. But now all you can think while looking at this marvelous machine is, this is the last living, or close to it, thing that my mom is going to see before she disappears into the deep. And it lies there. The cosmeton itself seems to be made of a combination of a few different metals.
that have been stuck together. But for the most part, you can tell that the skeleton of this thing is made of something black. A metal cool to the touch. Unnaturally cool. As if it seems to insulate itself from the heat around it. It's what allows these things to go so far down. What keeps them working. Everything else is just a shell. A sort of chromish, tungsten, composite alloy, whatever you want to call it, material on the surface is just like the skin of this machine, protecting it from minor things like falling debris or anything of the such. Its hands consist of about 6 fingers, an extra thumb. You see they each extend about 6, maybe 7 inches. It's big, but not massive. It would stand at its full height about 8 feet tall. Its head is smooth, almost like a half dome. It doesn't have any eyes, just a slit that goes all the way around. And then various different parts of its head are sort of dented and smashed in. You know for a fact that this is its helmet. The actual head of this machine is underneath. And the function of that is pretty much exclusively just to receive commands and then relay them to the body. Everything important resides in the chest, the most protected part, as well as a massive cavity to hold Satch. Mulbrum guano. This thing is a walking container. It's meant to help with loads, nothing more.
Well, as I'm looking at this thing, I'm thinking about doing something, but I'm very hesitant. And I look back at my house with... I'm like sighing, I'm like shifting on my feet. It's like I can't bring myself to do something. But the second I see any sort of shadow get close to the window, close to the door or anything, I immediately forget any sort of like hesitations or reservations I had, and I open up the chest cavity of this thing.
Okay. You reach around the side, sort of underneath its hip. You find a lever, pull it, and you watch the seams separate on its chest, and it sort of opens up a hatch, and you can see the cavity inside. You crawl in.
Yes, I do.
It's cramped. It's big enough to hold you curled up, but not quite big enough for you to stand or really move around or stretch in. You're sort of always going to be in a loose ball in here. You look up and you see the tube that extends to the top of the machine, where its head would be. And you see the sort of hole and then the shutter that this thing would use to actually shovel Satch into itself. You reach up, grab the dial on the side, and manually push it so that it's a little open. Gives you air so that you don't suffocate in here. You close it, and you hear muffled voices from outside, barely resonating through the walls. Okay.
Got your pen?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Oh, Ain't gonna be quiet with you gone. I know. It always quiet up here, but you know, damn running around. You'll have company. I know. Oh, again, you hear muffled voices shuffling from outside. A long pause that seems to be an embrace. And then sniffling. Well, you best keep on going then. Just don't forget about me, alright? Oh, like I could. Alright. The cosmeton gets switched on. You immediately feel it begin to vibrate and hum, and it shifts, and you feel yourself rise into the air as it turns on and begins to walk. You hear 2 sets of crying that slowly get softer as you walk away. And then just the sound of this thing's feet crunching on the grok beneath it as it
Good.
moves.
Can I tell who's crying?
You can insight check.
I would like to. I think I know one, but I'm curious about the second one. Okay. Hold on, I don't have anything pulled up. Oh wait, isn't it -2 to everything? Wasn't that what we said?
Yeah. Because you're dumb
Okay,
little
it's an
baby.
Little baby.
Little kids. Little children's.
Okay.
What did you get?
8.
It's enough to discern one of them is your dad. You recognize his sniffling anywhere. You've heard it a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured.
The other one, however, is unfamiliar. You're not quite sure if it is just one or if it's 2. Maybe he's sniffling twice as hard. Who knows? Not you. The walking continues. The inside of the cosmeton grows a little warm, not uncomfortably. Like soothing warm. Like a hug. You kind of settle into this rhythm. And then it stops. And you hear muffling again, voices coming from outside. You've been walking long enough that you think... Go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay. Okay. So that would be a 0 with the -2.
Okay, cool. You're not sure how far you've traveled. Now make a different perception check.
I'm gonna test my dice really quick.
Okay. Sure. Of course. I'm just testing them.
Well, why the fuck would... I'm killing myself. I got 20 on both of them. That's so stupid.
We'll take one. We'll take one of those because you're just rolling for no reason. Cool. So, with a 20 on your perception check,
Oh, yeah, I guess I was rolling for that.
I wasn't just going to let
Technically.
you roll for no reason and then be like, whoa.
Well,
We'll take it. We'll take it. It was good. We'll take it.
okay. Yeah. Yeah, we will.
It counts if it's a 20, all right? We talked about this.
Yes,
Of course. So,
of course.
with a 20, you hear your mother's voice come from outside. Now, it's been a long time since we spoke. But I'm doing as you ask. I'm leaving all of it behind. Okay? Now I need your word. No one ever gonna happen to them, okay? You protect them. Yes. Of course. I would... not let anything happen to them. As long as you uphold your end of the arrangement, I think this could work out quite nicely. Just remember where you got that, and remember what you gave me in return. All right. Can I ask
What the fuck?
why?
Sorry.
Why us? Why her? It's complicated. Things have been set in motion. We've been waiting. A roar of change has sounded for quite some time. But it's not her I'm interested in. It's, well, hard to explain. I'm interested in all of them, as will he. Now, let me make something very, very clear. You hear someone take a step forward. If you return, and you do not have the logs, you will never see them again, and you will pray that there is nothing at the bottom of this giant crack in this godforsaken world. Because what's down there will be all that you know and remember for however long they keep you. Good luck. And you hear somebody walk away. The Cosmeton continues to shuffle down a path. And you just kind of sit here as a passenger for quite some time.
It's a lot to mull on as an 8-year-old. What the fuck?
This conversation, strangely, did not feel important to you. And yet, something in the back of your mind, or in the corner of your eye, I would say, something's telling you that this isn't the first time you've heard it. And then you snap out of it. Doesn't make any sense. I've never heard that before. I mean, how could I hear that? We're all the way out in the outer rim. I mean, how... What is that? Outer rim. Your vision blurs for a second. And then sharpens. For a second, you thought you saw a bunch of colorful string in a strange room, strange machines, strange people. You must have dozed off. All of a sudden, something breaks this soft canter that you've been on so far. The lulling rhythm of these Cosmeton footsteps come to a sudden halt. And you hear your mother's voice. Hold. Don't move. You'll feel it. You hear something rumbling and growling. Something shakes the Cosmeton. Or rather, the ground underneath it. Ninja Turtles and Heroes. Oh, my favorite. I can't wait for this ad to be fucking over. Oh, it's my... There we go. Okay. heat begins to build around you, uncomfortably so. That deep grumbling sound, something in the back of your head, you've heard it before. Recently. It's one of them. Say it. Say it.
Hello?
Hello?
All my stuff froze.
Oh. What's the last thing you heard me say?
I heard say it.
And?
And
Say it.
what?
You know what this is.
I do know what that is.
Say it.
Is it? Well, there's several things it could be, actually.
Don't make this hard. Don't make this difficult. You know what it
Come on,
is.
we're waiting.
An ash storm, perchance?
No.
No?
Okay, never mind. Never mind.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Mulbrim.
Oh. Heat made me think heating up, you know.
Yeah.
The music should have been a clue. You're right.
It's okay. Wait a second, we're recording this. We can just edit it.
You're so right.
Okay, ready? You know what this
Yes, I'm
is.
so ready.
Say it.
It's a mole brim.
That's right. This one sounds bigger than the one you encountered. Closer, certainly. You can almost picture its long body breaking through the side of the crag, dripping with hot white rock. Metal scales rippling down its side, flaked, discolored, disheveled, massive scoop-like hands and wings that do nothing but glide. No, their purpose is something far, far less interesting. To scoop earth. To scoop molten rock. It claws its way closer. You hear a sound, a shrieking. Its teeth grinding against one another, like drill bits, spinning back and forth. Your mother's quiet breathing off to the side. All of a sudden, a loud roar. You hear sprinting, and a loud explosion shatters the air around you. You hear your mother shouting, followed by several more explosions and cries from the creature. You hear the sound of its hands hitting the wall. You hear sizzling as rock begins to melt under the weight of its hot body. You feel its face slam into the cosmeton as your mother screams at it to run forward. You feel the thing begin to pick up a light jog as it sprints down the path, and your mother's voice leaving the other direction. Her last command, distract it, as she flees. You reside in a cosmeton. You can feel the mulbrim growing closer and closer. Your mother has abandoned it, for it has served its purpose to keep her safe. However, you are not your mother. You feel something heavy hit the cosmeton from the back. It lurches forward. Your head slams into the side of it. You tumble as the cosmeton slips off the side of the cliff and falls. And the last thing you remember feeling is the full weight of the world crushing you from the bottom as you slam into the chest cavity and then darkness. The Mulbrim's roars growing ever softer. And then you open your eyes. You hear sizzling, steaming coming from outside. You can feel a soft hum coming from the dying cosmeton beneath you. The chest cavity seems to have been broken open, but not all the way. You're still shielded from above. It's just the side, the latch that hold it closed, seems to have been like dented and irreversibly damaged from your standpoint. It looks like you might be able to squeeze your way out, but you're not sure. It seems like the cavity you're in is currently the only thing keeping the blistering heat from outside truly hurting you. Do you wait and you listen? Make an insight check.
Okay. Two.
Things could be worse. As
Yeah.
I would say, we're going to treat this like you're being optimistic about it.
Okay.
It wouldn't be too bad for you to leave. In fact, you might be able to find the path, maybe make your way back out. You're not sure how deep you are, but surely it couldn't be that bad. That's all you get from your two.
Yeah. Okay. Can I see anything through the gap?
You can see something bright and moving.
Okay. And this cosmeton's definitely not getting back up, is it?
Not. No.
Okay.
You could not fix this thing if you attempted to do so. You lack the materials and the tools. And if you hadn't gotten a 2, I'd let you know you lack the time. But, oh, if only you had those other things.
Yeah. Okay. Well. I got nowhere else to go.
You push
I
on
open
the
up that- Yeah.
you push on the latch, open it up. Immediately you are blinded. Blink a few times and you see a curtain of molten rock material, metal, slag. This just almost colorful stream of various different materials that would otherwise be solid are dripping down the side of this massive, like, lava fall, essentially. You look down and it trickles into a deep, deep, dark part of this world. One that you can tell just by staring at you would not fare in at all. You look up and eventually everything just gets too hazy to see where it would lead. You don't even see the stars from down here. You see nothing. You begin to walk forward, searching for a way up, searching for a way out. But it's too hot. You're too lost. Eventually, your head grows light. Your eyes begin to burn. Your skin, you look down, begins to crack. And You fall onto your knees. And you look up.
What? What are you doing down here?
Hello?
Hello?
Oh gosh, what do I see?
You look up and you see a creature you've never seen before. Instead of like shells interconnected on their body, it looks like they have some sort of soft, almost like wet looking skin. Pale, almost like pure white against the light of this lava fall. Their body is the same general shape as yours, but they don't seem to have a tail. Their face looks soft. Their fingers end in stubs. And their hair grows from the top of their head and they have no horns. They don't seem to have much nose hair or ears hair. Soft lips, no cracks on their face. Round eyes with only one set of lids. Their hair is silvery white. They look wrinkly, sort of hunched over. And you can see that slung over their shoulder is sort of just like a sack, something inside. You would later come to know these people as Vimnian. Or more accurately, human. But at the time, this was your first seeing one.
Well, you look lost. So small.
So hot.
Yeah. You should see it down there.
And he looks over the wall.
I was just heading back up myself. Oh, you don't got nothing, do you?
I had that. Went back to the cosmeton.
You turn around and it's not there.
It's not
You've
there?
walked so far.
It's a robot.
Oh. Well,
It ain't working no more.
forgive me if my N isn't so fluent.
It's
It's been a few, well, it's been a while since I've had to use it. I'm surprised this still works. Your language has been pretty consistent.
Huh?
Come. Let's get you back to where you belong.
and he pats you on the face.
But first, you should probably take some of this.
And he like reaches into the pack on it slung over his shoulder, and he pulls out like a small canister looking thing. It looks really similar to the one that your mom uses to hold aloeweed. He presses a button on top, and side of it opens up, and he takes out some sort of like syringe looking thing with a vial of sort of like dark pink liquid. He sort of like moves your head over to the side, and in one smooth motion jams it into your neck, and you feel him injected into your body. And your head begins to clear. Your body begins to cool down. Adrenaline flows through you, and you immediately feel so much more alert. And then you fall over from the exhaustion it took to make it this far.
Woohoo!
All right.
All right. Don't worry about nothing. I'll take it from here.
And then darkness again. The next time you open your eyes, you're sitting, or rather laying, on the edge of the third crag. Or sorry, the third stratum. Whoops. You know where you are. You know the way back home. You look over, and the man who carried you is sort of sitting there cross-legged, reading a book in his hands.
I sit up. I'm like, how do we get up here? How far were we?
That's... You really don't know. And he looks at you confused.
I fell very far.
That you did. We were about 64 levels deep, I believe.
64?
It's very dangerous. You know, you failings aren't made to go that far down. He continues to read his book.
Well, on the way up, did you see a lady like me at all?
Nope. You're the only one.
Insight check.
Okay.
15?
He seems to be telling the truth, and then he scrunches his eyes and he goes, well, at least I think so. I'm getting pretty old.
Think so.
Yep, my cycle's almost over.
Well, did you see one or not?
Not that I can remember. These days I ain't do much remembering, though. I hope my next one has a better recall. Say, did you work on that machine back there? I saw it. The big robot, you said.
Oh, the Cosmeton?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Passed it on the way up.
Well, I helped it. I helped build it.
Does that sort of thing interest you?
Oh, yeah.
I tell you what. He closes the book that he's holding, and he holds it over to you. Now, this volume's a little old. Maybe outdated by, I don't know, like 70 years. But, oh, they call them clips now. I keep forgetting. 70 or so clips. But it's still got some information in there I think you'll find useful. Just in case you ever get up there. He looks up.
Well, I want to go back down.
Do you take the book?
Yeah. Yeah, I take the book.
There are a lot of places to explore. What you'll find down there, he looks down the crag, is just a piece of it all. So many of you are focused on looking down. Have you ever thought about what might be up there? And I'm not just talking about the surface. There's something even more. Something further beyond. Many somethings.
Really?
So many, I wouldn't be able to see them all. And I've been around a long time. Why don't you see a few of them for me? For her. And he gives you a sly smile.
Well, who are you? What's your name?
Now, that's not important. And he stands up. But I do believe we'll meet again. I don't just meet people, you see. I meet certain kind of people. Meet me. And never once. Which is good, because I believe this is the first time that we've met. So, with that being said, it's time for me to go again. And I don't believe I'll be back to this place. So, wherever we meet, I'm glad you followed through.
You say a lot of weird stuff.
You know, somebody else used to tell me the same thing. And he walks away.
Thank you. I start waving to him.
Well, thank you! And he disappears. And we're going to move on.
Okay.
My female dog.
My female dog.
Has given birth.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
I've had a timer here. I've been trying to keep them at... I thought... Okay, so here's... I was like, we're going to do 10-minute rotations, right? It's turned into 30-minute rotations. So, I'm going to try and cut that down. Not by too much. But we are going to speed up the pace a little bit. And
Gotcha.
then, yeah. We've done all of the scenes that would take a ton of time. These, we've gotten those out of the way. Those were ones I really wanted to do before it was too late. Okay. Now, endgame. Here we go. Escar.
Mm-hmm.
Today is the day of the march.
Yes.
You watch your father pack his things the day prior. You see all of his weapons, his gear, to the side, ready to be taken at a moment's notice. Even though he is Hachikal, he is not the leader of this hunt. No. Goskir got permission from the Elder to be the one to lead the charge. The Hachikal will, of course, be there, but there are limitations to that title. It is not his battle. Nonetheless, he is required. Tomorrow is the day of your, I would say, mature year. The day you become a true man. You sit there and you can hear your sisters crying in the other room. And you see, or you hear rather, a tiny knock at the door.
I'll answer the door.
Hey,
Yeah.
so, your dad's leaving, huh?
Pretty soon.
What?
Pretty soon. Yeah.
Are you going?
Well, I was gonna ask him that.
Where is he?
I don't know right now. Can I roll a history to see if I remember where he went?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, let me grab my dice. Oh, well, here goes everything. That's a nat 20.
Yep, you know where your father went. He went to go
Okay.
have a tactical meeting with your uncle. And so him, Goskier, and then the other 40 who are going to be traveling, which is the entire force of your village. It's almost all of the men. They're currently talking about planning for how many days of travel, where they're going to do the ambush, what the plan is for the engagement, whether they will give warning or whether they will strike in surprise, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, he's having a meeting.
All right. Well, if you end up going, maybe I could go too. Maybe I could also go. Who knows? Maybe you could also take me.
Well, that's up to Hatchakal and the Elder.
But Hatcher calls your dad. You can just ask him.
Oh, yeah, but he's also Hatchakal, and then also the Elders have to approve it.
Okay, I see how it is. Just
Yeah.
just ask, okay?
Yeah, I'll see.
All right. Well, the other guys they're currently trying to catch a Krutlik. They were gonna like give it to their parents and stuff. So maybe I should give one to mine. So I think I'm gonna
Yeah.
go do that.
All right, well, don't have too much fun.
He looks at you very seriously,
Yes, sir.
and he runs away. Very serious run. Eventually, your father does come back. You hear him walk into the house, and the door shuts behind him. He breathes a heavy sigh.
Well, I'm gonna come out of the room I was in.
He turns and he sees you. His eyes look tired. His face is a little worn, but he still carries himself with strength and holds his head high.
Hey there, buddy.
Hey. So what'd you guys talk about?
Well, we're gonna march down there, pretty soon.
And he starts to actually sling his weapons over his back.
I managed to
Yeah.
convince them to send a couple of us out. While the others hide. And we're gonna see if we can engage with the village and establish some sort of arrangement between us. Rather than go straight to, well, we're gonna see if we can reach an arrangement.
Be a fight.
You know, it's likely there will be a fight. It just might not be with blades.
Well, am I gonna be coming?
Of course you are. I won't get too excited again. We might not do any actual fighting,
Okay.
but it'll still be a good experience for you, I think. I'm gonna try and see if you can come with me on the meetup.
What, and just talk? Or listen?
Yeah.
It
Bit of
kind of
both.
sounds boring.
Well, you know what would really be boring is if you stayed here and sat on your ass. What do you think of that?
Well, yeah, that'd be more boring,
So what's it gonna be?
I guess.
Okay. Let's go then. We're leaving actually now. I already said goodbye to your mom. But to be honest, I don't think she'd give you permission to go. And I don't really feel like arguing about it. So I'm just gonna take you, and we're gonna leave now.
Okay, 1 minute. I'm gonna run back into.
Be quick, she was heading back.
I'm gonna run quick into my room, and the hand axe. I was honing the blade and cleaning it, and I'm gonna grab that.
'Kay.
And this
You grab
little leather
that.
rag I have for it.
Mm-hmm. So, you grab your gear, you put on your shoes, and you walk with your father. You see all of the warriors saying goodbyes to their families. Everyone is getting ready to begin marching immediately. And you see your uncle sitting atop that massive catchethid. And he's just kind of looking over his warriors with an air to him, an admirable one. He's got the look of a man ready to fight.
Yeah.
And so you begin the march. It takes a few days. These are harrowing, tiring, exhausting. And honestly, they would be boring if not for all of the other warriors. They're constantly making quips at each other, constantly throwing food, telling inappropriate stories, grabbing each other in places they shouldn't, punching each other when they're not looking. It is just the most interesting thing you've ever been a part of.
Yeah.
And eventually you find yourself beginning to pick up some bad habits. Probably around the time when you saw your father grab some random guy's nuts and give him a pull.
Gotcha. Look at him, he's crying. Fucking weenie. Come on, let's go. You crut-looking bastard.
Go on! He slaps him on the ass.
Don't do that. He looks at you. If you do that to me, I'll fucking kill you. You understand? You do that to me, I'll rip your head off. You got that? That goes for an interview.
He turns around and he gets really serious. He starts,
That goes for an interview. For an interview.
the soldiers, they all look at each other. A couple times on the trip, you see people sort of getting close to him. They look like they're gonna go for it. And then he whips his head around and looks at them, and they just cower away. Grab somebody else's tail or something. Stick their finger up somebody else's butt. Yeah. Your dad is top dog. Other than
Yeah,
Goskir. Goskir doesn't do any pranking, and he doesn't get any of the receiving end of pranks.
Yeah.
He mostly just stays in front, continuing to march, continuing to lead. He actually stays the most serious of anyone in the group. And eventually you make your final camp. Goskir comes back and he says,
All right. So, their village is right up ahead. Now, I say, we plant our men in a formation like this.
and he draws like a crescent in the dirt.
Our men will be here.
He tosses a few like nuts, sprinkles it around the curve.
And here we'll build brush. And we'll hide. We will build our own cover. See? We did this similar tactic in the north. Before, that is. But this is east. They know land better than we do. So we must be very careful. Now, White Plains is over here. Our new border stands right there. They'll be looking this area, watching for us. That is why we come this way. It take longer to get there, but we'll be coming from the other side. I do not think strategy from White Plains will work a second time. No, we need to shock them some other way.
You see your father goes,
That's good and all, but again, we're gonna start with a talk. Again with the talking. I can't believe you convinced Village Elder to go for that. It's ridiculous, waste of time. Now, I tell you what's a waste of time, is talking about strategy. We're just gonna go in and fuck him up if it doesn't work out. We don't need to hide in the bushes or whatever. We just run at him. Ugh, your methods of fighting always stupid. Always foolish. You suffer most losses of any general. Most losses, I had the most wins. Whatever. I would like to preserve the lives of my men, so that they can go home. And if they die, it is in glorious battle, and we stood a chance. Yeah, whatever. Strategy is for the weak. Tell you what. You do this. I'll go in. And if things get bad, I'll just cut my way out. And then you can cut your way back in. How's that sound? This is horrible plan. This is the stupidest plan I've ever heard. Absolutely not. I will not do that. Well, unfortunately for you, I don't really care. So I'm gonna do that anyways, and you can figure it out. Just stay back, all right? And you'll know if the conversation doesn't go well, all right? We're gonna try negotiating first. Blood later. All right, fine. This is awful, but I will sit here and wait for you to finish talking. Gah.
He spits on the ground.
All right. Now the boy's coming with me. And, let's just make it... You know what? I want you to come as well. What? I don't want to go. This is dumb. I sent other men with you. Come. You here.
And he just pulls up some random guy, some random grunt. He goes,
Yes, hello, my name is Grunt. Yeah, Grunt. All right, so you're going to follow them. And you are going to follow them. You're going to make sure that they do not die, okay? And you will come back to me if they do die, and you will tell me they died. And I'll be like, oh no, time to kill everybody. And I will go kill them, okay? He goes, all right, sound good. Where are we going? Ugh, oh my gosh. Okay, let's just go. Let's go now.
so your father leads you to the edge of a very unfamiliar looking village. The trees here are huge, massive leaves shielding the ground. You see it creates an abundance of shade. And various different huts with these leaves surrounding them and tents made of the leaves. The leaves seem to be worked into the buildings in this area. Where you come from, it's starting to rot. Here, everything looks very still healthy, still full. The leaves are thick, inches thick. It's strange. You see the huts are made of dirt, and they sort of halfway go into the ground. You can see bewildered eyes looking at you from these little huts. And a group of what look to be warriors and guards, they come up and they immediately surround you and begin pointing spears in your direction. Your father had shed his weapons and left them back at the camp, and had requested you do the same. One of the soldiers says something in a tongue you don't quite understand, and then your father responds with,
What? What are you saying? Listen, I can't talk if you don't, actually talk.
and one of them goes, ugh. And then in that same strange tongue says something to another guard, and then looks back at your father and goes,
Ugh, it's one of you, huh? Okay. How did you get here? It's so far away. How did you find this place? Well, I just kept walking, I thought I want to speak to someone in charge.
They look at each other confused.
Are you here for, the metal beast? What? The metal beast. Are you here for the creature? Do you know anything about this? What? No, what? What are you talking about? Nothing. We look. Listen, you sent a tribe leader and sent a diplomat. They talk. We send you to talk to Smartman and leader of our village. Well, all right. That's getting somewhere.
And your father, with a very smug look, begins to walk further into enemy territory, and you follow behind him with the slightest inkling that this is a bad idea.
Yeah.
He sort of just saunters in and, looks around, puffing his chest. And eventually they have you sort of sit down at this table that seems to be, again, risen from the ground and sort of chiseled into the earth. Above you is a sort of like makeshift tent made out of those leaves and massive pillars that have been chiseled with various different patterns and engravings. And eventually, two figures walk towards you. One of them is a female Yaskarian who is wearing sort of a very colorful tribal robe that seems to cut short, and beads hang all over the arms and the legs, and she has beads braided into her hair. Or sorry, no, not hair. Oh, fuck. These are lizard people. Hang on. She has beads studded into her skin. Yeah, that's better. And next to her walks a strange creature. It's small. Its skin is pale, almost white and glistening. And he seems to hold himself with as much pride as your father does. Almost like he's the one in charge. Beneath his nose is a thick mustache handlebar. His eyes narrowed, a piercing gaze. Strange, glittering blue eyes. See, his hair is dark. He has broad shoulders relative to his frame. And he wears some sort of crisp clothing with a strange metal insignia dangling from the collar. He walks forward in boots. Something is strapped to his side. Something you don't recognize. And the woman sits down. The man stands behind her and just stares at the both of you curtly. So, I understand you're here to talk. Fred says, well, yes. Now, I understand that my people have taken over the White Plains. The White Plains. She looks over to the man next to her, and he leans over, whispers something into her ears, and she says, oh, okay. Yes, we did see. We lost many good men. Yes, they fought bravely. And they died with honor. That is good to hear. So, I have a request. We want to settle this without any further bloodshed. She looks surprised. You are not here to make demands? To an extent, I'd like to make it look like I made demands. But as things stand, all we really need is a little more land. I was thinking maybe our tribes could help each other out. You've got a lot of space. We're running out a little, but I didn't see many critters on my way here. Looks like catch-a-thids you don't have many of, and, well, crutlicks we've got in abundance. Got some plants that grow too. Yes, we have those. Well, you don't got any like ours. Your village is small. Smaller than we thought. It doesn't look like you got many warriors left. I propose you let us inch a little closer. We'll establish some trading between us. And who knows? I've got a few of my men who, well, looking for some women. You got any women looking for men?
maybe we could start to erase the line between our people, or at least blur it a little.
She leans back. I see. We will consider this. Your father continues to talk with them for quite a long time. That strange man next to her, his gaze begins to soften as they continue their conversation of peace. And eventually
I'm
when
looking at him a lot. Like, I'm glancing over at him quite often.
his face is etched into your mind. But not from this. No, they continue to talk. And eventually, your father seems relieved as they shake hands and they part ways. Based on the conversation they just had, essentially what they do, or what they're going to aim to do, is trade tribe members. Your tribe has a lot of men and women who have lost their partners recently. Their tribe obviously has the same issue with the amount of warriors that just perished, as well as they're experiencing a sort of era of famine that your father aptly noticed when he was walking here during the march. So
Yeah.
in exchange for food, in exchange for more people to hunt and to repopulate their village, they're going to let your people extend their borders by a reasonable amount, so your father seems to think. And of course, this is going to mean that the children born of these couples are of mixed blood, and the two of them hope that that's going to bring the tribes closer together.
Yeah.
Your father walks back, satisfied from negotiations, and when the two of you reach the camp, he explains everything to your uncle.
Well, on the way back to camp, I want to ask him. What was that creature that was there?
What creature?
The
the weird
the
one.
squishy looking one.
The squishy one. I
With
have
the
no idea.
weird
He kept giving
clothes.
me a weird look. At least I think it's a he.
I don't know.
Well, whatever it is. Let's try not to dwell on it.
Okay.
I've seen stranger folk. You know, there are these fuckers that live in the trees. They look like all kinds of stuff.
And he just starts telling you about these people that live in the trees supposedly and can turn invisible. So he says, you think he's kind of a little nuts. To be honest, this is stupid. This doesn't make any sense. But he seems
Yeah.
really convinced that these guys exist, and he's talking about how they keep evading him every time he tries to go looking for them.
Yeah.
Eventually, when you're done listening to your dad conspiracy rant about these invisible people, you get back to camp. He explains everything to your uncle. I want you to make one insight check.
Yes, sir. That's a 16. Yeah, 16.
Your uncle nods, but the look in his eyes doesn't seem to match his agreeable expression.
Okay.
He steeled his gaze, like he's looking at something far away, something his eyes have been set on since he started this march.
We have done good work. It seems they are very trusting of us. And, this will be good. This will be good for our people. Well, I'm glad you think so.
He pats him on the shoulder. And you see Gusker goes,
Okay. It is time.
he pulls out what looks like a husk, a horn, carved from a Catchathid leg. He inhales, and your father goes, "Wait!" And he blows. It makes a shrieking, rattling scream that echoes through the forest. And immediately you hear shouts coming from back towards the village, and several other horns call in kind. Goskir looks at the two of you and says,
It has begun.
ooh, my favorite ad, yay. Let's do this. Okay. "40 brave men ride into a dying village. And with them, so do you and your father. Your axe by your side, his in his hands. You charge towards these people, unsuspecting. They're warriors, tired, few in number. And you enter a fucking slaughter. One by one, they fall. Too much blood, too many heads, too many bodies hitting the ground. Eskar, you feel the beat of Ested in your chest. I want you to roll me 1d6.
That's a 2.
In this battle, you kill 2 people.
Shit.
I want you to roll a d4 and give me just a moment. Okay, roll a d4.
Sam will be right
3.
back, by the way.
You feel someone rushing at you from behind. If I can get through this. You feel someone rushing at you from behind, and you turn, swinging your axe in response, like your father taught you. And it thuds into the side of what looks to be a kid a little younger than you are. A couple or so clips. He stares at you with a shocked expression as he looks down in his torso. He drops the shoddy dagger he was holding, clutches his side, and falls to the ground, where he shakes and then stops moving. Roll another d4.
Four.
Your next victim seems to be about your age. The two of you fight. You struggle, but eventually you beat their weapon out of their hands with your axe and slam it down onto their head. With a frighteningly little amount of resistance, it cleaves through their skull down to the neck, and you rip it out as they fall forward and thud at your feet. And you feel exalted. Your blood is on fire. Your mind is ablaze. You can feel your muscles rippling like they did back then. This is it. The beat. Your rage. And in this moment, you find it. And nothing has ever felt so good. When the battle is over, your uncle stands over a field of corpses and looks across the village at a lone figure. The strange creature stands atop a pile of 7 corpses, your men, the only ones on the battlefield. Your father has his axe raised and is approaching this man, who stands there with a contraption in his hand that looks strange. He seems to point it at people and they die. He points it at your father. Nothing happens. He looks at it in frustration again. Nothing happens. He tosses it to the side takes a step forward, and another creature rushes out of the bushes, grabs him by the shoulder, and shakes their head. You see across this village, this man's eyes are red, and you can see tears streaming down his face. He looks to the side at the body of a broken Yaskarian woman, the leader of this village, dead on the ground. He turns his back on you, and they rush into the wood. A couple of men chase after them but do not return. And that was the massacre of the Ukkervob tribe. The day you became a man. Okay. And we move on.
R.I.P. little kids.
Let's see. Hang on.
Just love experiencing the horrors of war.
Yay.
Yeah.
At like 12 years old.
Good God.
Oh, it's only gonna go downhill for Eskar, isn't it?
It all just gets worse from here, man.
Oh.
That's what we call character
I'm gonna
building.
try 3 different ambiances. Sam, you tell me which
Okay.
one you like better.
Okay, alright.
Here's the first one. This is an ad, so let me skip it.
My female dog!
Oh my gosh, it's the Ninja Turtles.
You guys are getting Ninja Turtles?
I keep getting the Ninja Turtle ad. It's so annoying.
I keep
That's the
getting
first time
female
I've gotten
dog.
that one.
I'm just
When
getting
you
the
said
female dog.
when you said female dog, I was so confused. It's like that one time
They're
we were
standard,
going,
bro.
wait, Dwayne Burns.
Dwayne
Sam,
Burns.
yeah, Megan didn't know what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Megan's like, who's Dwayne Burns? That's how it
Burns.
felt.
He burns liberal votes. I don't know what you want.
Apparently. So this
Apparently.
is
Allegedly.
Ambiance 1.
Okay.
Okay, here's 2.
Shalom, everyone. My name
Who's
is
this guy?
Eris Sorf. I'm the president of
Dr. Eris Sorf.
I'm sure
I got him too.
Oh,
Shalom.
okay.
Ooh. Okay.
So that's this one. And then here's the last
Alright.
one.
So I talked to a psychic, and I want to tell you guys.
My God,
about
she
it.
talked
Ninja
to a
Turtles
psychic.
and Hero Wars.
You will hear
Ooh. I
That
think
was
keep
pretty
it on
nice.
3.
Keep it on 3? Okay.
Yeah.
I like how light and airy it is.
Okay. Castio. You arrive in Dothrin, and it is truly unlike anything you've ever seen. Massive pillars of crystal jut from the ground, aiming towards the sky like broken bones. Something moving inside them. They have this like faint glow to them as well. You can see metal sort of organically webs its way across them, between them, forming these inorganic organic banners and structures that people have hollowed out, made into buildings, paved into roads. This massive thing grown from the ground like a geode. The capital of your people. Walking paved streets. All of the citizens seem to be wearing their masks. Now, of course, you haven't received yours yet. I mean, even your mourner hasn't manifested, but your parents told you not to worry about it. He sits next to you, focused on only the road ahead, as your cart is pulled forward towards the center of the city. A massive spire, like a hand reaching towards the sky, jagged, and yet no one seems to think it's any dangerous. It just is. Beautiful. You stop. He gets out and he opens the door for you to step out.
Wow.
It's a lot, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I didn't realize there were people so far out there. He looks back to where you came from. This is all I've known. And now, it's yours too. He puts a hand on your shoulder.
Cool. So sparkly.
Yes. More colors than you could dream. You should see it during the afternoon. It really is somewhat of a prism. He stares around you. And the sky, oh. It is just something to behold. But
Can
we'll
you
have to
still
wait.
see the blanket in here?
I'm sorry?
This so blanket with all the stars. Can you still see it as good?
Not as well as where we came from, no. It's a bit darker here. But if you go just beyond the city's edge, it becomes clear again. Clear enough. We have observatories if you'd like to see. It won't be like viewing it from down here, but it'll be different.
Okay.
Something for you to try in the upcoming
Yeah.
centuries. Let us go. And he walks you into this central spire. And up a set of stairs into a room with a semicircular table and 7 people sitting at it. Stand here, child. He gestures for you to stand in front of them.
Castilla stands like as straight as she can, like the
Mhm.
way that they tell you to at the doctor.
Yeah. The one in the
Yeah.
center of the 7 stands. She is an older Ethereum, beginning to wrinkle, but still beautiful nonetheless. She must be quite old. Her mask is sitting atop her head. She bears the defacer rather than the mourner. You can see the mourner is hanging from her side. The circles around the eyes indicate her age to be somewhere around 6, maybe 7,000 years. So, older than your parents by a lot.
Yeah.
She straightens her posture. She's wearing this beautiful silk with like a gold trim. She says, "Welcome. I understand that you found the cause of our recent incursions." "Why, yes, I have." "Very well. Archivist, introduce us to the disturbance." "This is Castio. And I believe," as he takes a step forward into the center of the table, that she is to be our next apostle. Everyone at the table gasps. And how might you have come to such a conclusion? She passed the trials. It is clear to me that she is the one. You can test her yourself if you'd like. Yes, we will, in due time. For now, just allow her to adapt to the city, and we will speak with her again in private. The side of his face twitches a little bit. Of course. Naturally, I would be her appointed guardian. She is, after all, a disturbance. It's my responsibility to the council to observe such things. Of course. Archivist. We all have our places. Well, thank you for your report. And we will speak on this matter shortly, again. In the meantime, see to it she has a room on the lower floors. Somewhere beneath the surface. Below surface? Well, all right. Come, child, we'll go now. You begin to walk away, and you see 6 masks watch you leave. Your room is bare. There isn't much here. The walls, as you approach them and stare into them, seem to be more wood, almost like a strange root system than crystal, but still, it pokes out from beneath it, like it's just covering what's already there. If you really, really gaze into the crystal, you can see tiny, tiny little lines moving. Squint, you look closer. Almost like little tubes of liquid seem to be moving. The liquid is what gives these crystals their glow. They're sort of like webbing through it, pumping with a strange rhythm. You turn, the archivist is standing behind you. Well, I'm sure this is a lot for everybody, but they will come to understand your importance. And so will you. In the meantime, I will be busy. Of course, I have other responsibilities, one of them being training your father. Yes?
You're training Papa for what? Is he coming here?
Oh, not here exactly, but close, yes. He is to be an archivist, like I promised.
Good.
We were needing a new member anyways. The last one, well, is no longer with us.
Oh.
But I'm
Where is
sure your father will do a wonderful job and give everything he can for our people. As would we.
You didn't answer my question. If he's not with you, then where is he?
I'll show you on the tour tomorrow.
Okay.
In the meantime, get some rest. And I will see you soon.
Alright.
He leaves, closes the door, and you hear it lock. And you look around. It's small. There's nothing but a bed, a dresser, a chest, and then a small, like, brazier, is how I would describe it, full of some sort of orange glowing rock that smolders without smoke and gives this room heat.
Okay. Alright. I guess I did bring a little bag with me.
You did. You can tell me what you brought if you'd like. Ooh.
Castillo brought some clothes,
Mm-hmm.
right? Just her favorites. Right, it's like the bag a kid packs when it's like, I'm running away, I'm never
Yeah.
coming back. Right? It's like her favorite dress
Mm-hmm.
and favorite pair of PJs, and then like a whole stack of books. Right? Ones that she chose along with Esna's edicts because that one's
Mhm.
important.
Of course.
Couple of little toys, and then the descrier. And so I'd like to put the books somewhere nice, like stack them.
Mm-hmm.
Put the little clothes away wherever I can. And then I would like to sit there with my descrier and see if I can locate things that are around home.
Make an Arcana check.
Hmm. 9.
Okay. You attempt to locate something near your home, but you would get the equivalent of like static,
Mm-hmm.
just like a tingling in your brain. Whatever it is either too far or it's not there.
Mm-hmm.
Not even an outline. And then eventually you do get something. Something very close. Something very near. And you look over and you see Esna's edicts is just sitting there. And you've located something from home.
I'll pick it up and I'll read it again. From the back this time, to spice it up a little.
Oh. Well. Such is the will of a faultless goddess of indomitable, unerring preeminence. In accordance with these edicts came blessings and tokens of her affection. The voidscape, a domain of unfathomably potent darkness, contrasted by her infinite incandescence, surrounds the sea. Within every Ethereum lay an innate connection to Esna's divinity, drawing on the very brilliance which battles that unyielding dusk. Such wondrous gifts were not lost upon these lesser creatures, graced with her favor, and so the Ethereum flourished in the realm's timeless, captivating opalescence.
Yeah. Castillo has read this thing every which way she can.
A rather fluffy ending to what is a very religious book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Maybe it'll change the story if she starts at the end.
Perhaps. When you lie in your bed to sleep, do you feel in any way emotional or homesick?
Oh, yeah. I don't think Castillo can sleep the first couple of nights. I mean, she's so used to having a home full of sisters,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's gotta have some sort of chatter. Something loud, somebody whispering in the night, somebody snoring in the next room over.
Yeah.
Even Esme's breathing beside her. It's just not here. No sounds of the forest.
In
nothing.
this deafening quiet, the days pass, a blur. And after the first few years, you just almost can't even hear the breathing in your head anymore. You can't feel their warmth. And after the first decade, it's hard to picture their faces. And you lie in bed tears rolling down your cheeks. And you feel a comforting presence pressing against your face as the mourner appears in response to your sorrow. And that is how you manifested your first Morth cure.
Great. Just great.
About 30 or so years or clips go by. And during this time, you're really just getting familiar with the city, getting to know some people occasionally, mostly lounging around, not doing much. You were given a tour, but it was a haphazard tour, so you can do a lot of exploring here and find a lot of places that were left out for some reason. One of the places that the archivist did bring you to that you were interested in was a massive library, a hub of knowledge and entertainment, literature that has been collected over the last few, I don't know, millennia or so. The library itself is recently new, but the lower levels contain texts that were kept in other buildings that are more fragile to the touch. Ones that can't leave the library. Another building that you were particularly interested in is where your father seems to be going to work. The building of record. It's not as impressive as the central spire, where the council makes most of their decisions and where a lot of your, how do we say, chosen people reside, where relics are kept and the more prolific teachings are hoarded. But it is impressive nonetheless. Easy to spot. A round building, less organic than the rest of the city, almost as if this one was built out of crystal that was cut rather than grown from the ground. In a way, it does separate from the rest of this mass. If everything else was connected and alive, this seems to be the one dead zone. A place that you're not allowed in, the only place you're not allowed in. That and the lower levels of the central spire.
Check.
You have not seen your dad since you've been in the city.
To know he's in there. Somewhere.
Somewhere.
But I've seen the archivist.
Oh, you've seen the archivist many times. He comes out every year or so to check up on you.
Okay. And have the council members bothered with me at all?
No.
Yeah, that tracks.
You've been here about 36 years, and you have still only met the council members once.
Yeah.
When you first arrived, and they said they would talk to you shortly.
Yeah.
What shortly means to someone who has lived for 6 millennia, you have no idea.
No idea. Yeah, I think Castillo used to take very good care into like looking nice, presenting well, and like being in a place where she's easily reachable.
Mm-hmm.
But as the days turn to weeks and then to years and then decades, it's suddenly just like, I'll just do my own thing. I'll buy what I want.
Mm-hmm.
Leaves a note on the door of like, I'll be here every day.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Is there anything in the city you want to look for or that you'd like to pick up as sort of a hobby or something you would just like to do in the next 50 years?
I think this is when Castillo picks up her first journal.
Mhm.
right? It's hard to keep days straight whenever they're all the same. And so being able to like write down the little differences became important.
Okay.
In addition to that, I think this is really where her love of fiction took off.
Mhm.
Things outside of what she knows now.
Fiction. Not a very popular genre,
No.
but it is a supported one. There's an entire section of the librarium that is dedicated to fiction, one that you find yourself in often. After a few years, the council summons you, and they order you to begin practicing your abilities, overseen by the archivist and another member of the council who shares a similar aptitude. Together, they begin your training regimen. They have you start to teleport further and further away. They encourage you, keeping of the journal actually, and they ask you to, every time you jump, write down your experience so that you can try and remember it as vividly as possible. Each time they ask you the same thing. Did you see a face? Did you hear a voice? Did you feel a hand? And the answer every time is no. Only that once. Long ago. Was there anything more than a rush of disorientation? A senseless sensory overload? Come on. Go again. You can go further.
I'm trying.
When you were falling, you told me that you woke up on the ground about 10 feet from the edge of that pit. Do you remember?
Yes.
You must have fallen 10 feet before. Is that correct?
Yes.
So what you're saying is 20 feet you accomplished on your first time. And yet, he looks at the markings on the floor. We can only manage 10 on a good day.
I don't know. Maybe there's momentum involved. I don't know.
The council member who's nearby begins to grab at their beard.
It is quite possible that this is the case. Why don't we try shoving you, and then we'll see.
Shoving me from where?
Here, watch this. Bah!
And he pushes you as hard as he can.
Oh, jeez. Okay. I'll blip myself to a safe place.
Go ahead and make a check for me.
Okay. I rolled a 16 on the die. I don't know what pluses and minuses I have right now.
Okay. So that is enough to, I'll say, roll me 2d10.
Okay.
Let's see what we get.
I got a 9 and a 2.
So 11.
Ooh,
Yes.
how exciting! The most progress we've made in quite a while. It's been nearly a decade
Oh.
since you've gotten any more. Let's see.
And he takes his little chalk over and begins to draw the line. Ferric is a curious person. He's the only one in this city who seems to have any personality, besides, of course, the the archivist, who has grown warmer towards you as you spend more time together. He's tried to visit you as frequently as he could, but again, he's very, very busy. Ferric, on the other hand, has been visiting you ever since you began the training. Every day, he seems excited to try again, and again, and again. Ferric is a man of science. He enjoys reading. He enjoys giving you books to read. However, you find them rather boring because they are usually nonfiction. And he doesn't necessarily approve of your time with made-up stories.
We exist in this world to gather knowledge. Knowledge to help our peers, to help our citizens, to help each other. That's how we've made it this far. And that's how we'll make it further as we move. Don't do that. I can see you doing that. It's rude.
You say the same thing every time, Ferret.
Well, it's true. If
I
you would
know
listen,
it's
I wouldn't need to repeat myself so often.
I'm listening. Clearly, I'm listening. If I can know it word
Well,
for
if you think
word.
that's so boring, why don't you take a look at this?
And he whips out a tiny machine that fits in the palm of his hand. You see at the center of it, it looks like a sort of like glass sphere welded together with some sort of metal. At the center lies a what do we call them? A descrier.
Yes.
And it is held in the center by two little like claws that have it clutched at either end.
Ooh.
And at the very bottom, he has a little like wind-up thing that he begins to.
Now, this is very curious. I've discovered that if you force a charge through one of these little thingies you brought back,
He takes it, and you see that's your descrier. That's yours.
What? Hey,
but hey, we don't have any of these here. I'm not allowed.
I only have the one.
Do you have any idea how hard it is to find a disturbance? Much less bring it into the city? I've been bored out of my mind the last few hundred years.
He takes it, and he's just like looking at it with such awe.
Anyways, as I was saying, if you force a charge through the descrier, and you look at it from an angle of about 46 degrees, you can see something that you haven't found yet. Now, I know what you're thinking. But the descrier is for things that I'm looking for. Yes, I know what you're saying. But no, this. You see something you haven't seen yet. Something you aren't looking for yet. Have you ever thought to yourself, I'm missing something, but can't quite figure out what it is? This would show you what you're missing before you know you're missing it.
And he lets it go. He looks into it, and his pupils just fucking dilate to be massive, and he drools a little bit. And after about 5 seconds, he goes,
Ooh. Disorienting sensation. But now,
he puts it in his pocket, and he scrambles over to like a chest in the corner of the room, throws it open, rustles through it, and he pulls out what looks like a pair of dirty socks.
now I have these! I've been looking for these for the last 150 years!
Oh, yeah, I can tell.
Or something like that. I'd forgotten about them.
Clearly.
Now I will say,
As he drools even more,
the side effects of using it are, I have yet to see if they are worth the risk.
Salivating.
Nonetheless, I must record the results.
he goes to start writing his journal. You peek over his shoulder, and he's just fucking scribbling nothing. He's going to write words, and just nothing's happening.
Hey, maybe you should take a second on that.
On this?
He starts winding it up
No.
again.
No.
No? Oh, okay. Well, I suppose I could stop.
These are just
Maybe you should hold on to this for me. I've used it 3 times today. I'm afraid it's having some adverse effects that I'm not ready to confront yet.
And he hands it to you.
think so. Maybe you should work on unpetrifying those socks.
Oh dear, you're right. They are as hard as a board. Well, better get going. I have some... Oh.
And he like stumbles down the hall and then disappears
Oh.
through a door. I do not
Please be
understand
careful,
that strange man.
Yeah.
That being said,
That's why.
he is probably the brightest on the council.
That's not
And the
saying
only
much
one
for
worth
council.
talking to outside of these meetings they have. Come, your training is done for the day. I must return to the building.
All right.
Walk with me.
Yeah.
The two of you walk back to the archive building, and he stops in front of the doors that you've never seen what's behind. He turns to you and he says, well, I probably won't be able to come back for a few years. The lower levels are experiencing some issues, and, well, it takes quite a long journey to be there and back, so I'll see you then. Just continue practicing. Farrick
kind
isn't
of
going
issues
anywhere,
are
that's
they?
certain. Council wouldn't let
Yeah.
him leave the city if, well, they could, but they won't.
No.
He's too old. He's been here the longest of everyone.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
I'm worried, though, he's going a bit senile. He sort of gives the central spire the side eye. His little inventions keep getting more and more concerning.
Yeah.
Be careful with that thing he
I-
gave you.
I will. I'm pretty familiar with the Descrier itself, so I might be able to figure something out. I'm not really a gadgeteer.
Well, just don't let the council see it. Farrick has a history of trying to smuggle disturbances in, and they're the reason he's never gotten a hold of one. I'm
But
not supposed to bring them in the city either, but there is no rule against a disturber bringing a disturbance.
Gotcha.
So just keep that on your person as often as you can.
Oh, I will. I don't even know how he got a hold of it.
He rifles through your room.
I knew it. I knew it.
He doesn't do anything weird, but... Well, I guess that depends on what you consider weird.
No, but I
Have
could've
you noticed your
sworn that I
bed has
found
been
stone.
buzzing recently?
Buzzing?
Yes.
I thought we were having quakes.
No. He installed what he called a relaxer inside and wanted it to be a surprise.
Well, it certainly was a surprise.
Yes, I did warn him that might not be the best idea.
I mean, it's not terrible.
He shrugs. He's full of ideas. I don't know if I'd call them bad or good ones. But at least he has ideas these days. It's a
Yeah,
rarity
well.
here.
I wish he would wipe his hands before thumbing through my journals.
He gets a hold of your journals too? I've had to stop bringing mine because he keeps thumbing through them.
Yes.
Archivist business, I'll say. You're not allowed to look, I'll say. And he'll just go on and on about, ooh, I'm not looking, I'm reading. It's like, I know what you're doing. I'm watching you do it. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
He smiles at you and then looks back towards the doors, and his smile slowly fades. Listen, I'll try to be back as quickly as I can. Just keep up your training and don't give the old man too hard of a time.
As long as you're back, that's what matters.
And listen, if your defacer appears while I'm gone, do me a favor. Do not show the council. He puts a hand on your shoulder. Hide it. Do you understand? It will follow you. It will be hard. But I was going to give you this when I got back, but I'm short on time. He reaches into the pack that he's wearing. He pulls out a black box. He hands it to you. It's cool to the touch, ice cold. It has sort of a silver trim going around the side. It's made of a strange material, one that you've only really seen in Farrick's labs. But it doesn't really have a name here. It's just called the Dark Steel.
Mm-hmm.
It's made out of something similar to what Farrick is rather fond of, but purer. We find it around the pits sometimes. It seems to have a hold over disturbances. I've said too much. He quickly closes the box and she hands it to you. Try not to think about what I've said too hard today. some things are better left alone. And he turns and he leaves. Walks through the doors, and they slowly close.
I'll just peer behind the door a little as it closes, but not dare tip over that line.
Make a perception check.
7.
With a 7, you don't see really anything of anything. Except a face in the dark. Watching you. And then the door closes. And you know they will not open for at least another year.
Yeah.
And as you turn
guess
and walk
so.
away, I want you to make an intelligence check for me.
Okay. That is a fat 10 on that die.
You're not quite sure what he was referring to about not thinking about what he said. But as you look down at the box in your hand and you think about the word disturbance, you wonder what that word really refers to. But
Yeah, because if this thing is a disturbance and I'm a disturbance and this box has a hold on disturbances, what the hell is up with that box?
regardless, he didn't seem to want you to look into it too hard. But it's up to you.
Well, I know that the box is open. And I know I'm supposed to keep it to myself, so I would like to take it back to my room and open it.
You open the box and you see enough space for probably 3 or 4 masks stacked on top of each other.
Can I put my mourner in it?
You can.
Okay.
You close the box and you walk away and you see the mourner does not follow you as it always has. Normally you would feel it on your shoulder or on your head or on your face, but it stays behind.
Ooh. Weird.
That being said, you continue your training with Ferric. This time I want you to roll 3 d10s.
All right, now we're going to try pushing you rather hard. It's going to feel like I'm kicking you, but I want you to know I'm not kicking you as hard as I can. Ugh!
And he kicks you.
Just like run. And... okay. All right. 1, 7, 5. So 8 plus 5 is
13.
13.
Okay.
We got 2 more feet, baby.
You appear 13 feet away.
By Esna's word, I can't believe we've made so much progress in such a short amount of time.
And he crawls behind you and begins to scratch on the ground with the chalk.
He goes, yes, yes, this is wonderful, wonderful indeed. Now, I do believe you have something of mine.
He looks up at you with an eyebrow raised.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Really? You don't think you've
What?
lost anything?
No.
Oh, really? Oh, that's not good.
Well,
I don't have a second one. I can't look for the first one with a second one because I
if you're
didn't make
talking
one.
about the Descryer, then that's mine. You just took it and modified it.
It's ours. We share it. Come on.
No.
It's ours together.
My papa bought it for me.
Well, I built the thing it's inside. So I suppose that makes it ours.
Also, I don't do this often, but I am a council member, and I do believe I have some authority on this matter.
Oh. You don't do that often, do you?
No, I do not. I didn't even report you when I found it in your room. I mean, when I found it. You know what? Maybe I don't want it. Maybe I just want to go do something else in a different room right now. And he runs away.
Ugh. I know you've been in there. You keep leaving fingerprints on my things.
Oh, Megan.
Whatever.
You sly fox. All right, sorry, answering her message real quick.
Mm-hmm.
She knows what show I just finished watching. So. So. Okay, so. Yeah, you watch as Ferric slowly peeks around the corner one more time and says, I do believe tomorrow is your yes, Megan.
We have Dark Hunter live in the chat.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh,
Right now.
we have Dark Hunter
Dark
live.
Hunter.
That is crazy. Our number one fan. Dark Hunter,
And
it's
that
me,
would be
Ferric.
Daniel, actually, Dark. He said that he loved the voice, but then he called you Dawson.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm getting all the credit.
Hi, I'm Sam.
Hello, I'm
Okay,
Daniel. I'm
anyway.
Dungeon Master now. Hello, it's me.
He said,
Oh.
sorry.
I do this occasionally. That's my bad. I know you're used to Dawson, the OG around here, but give me a chance, all right? I have a little experience
I
under
can't
my
take
belt.
all the credit.
Mm-hmm.
Just thought you guys would like to know. We have a viewer!
Yay!
Our
Hi.
one viewer.
Our one super fan!
Yeah, that doesn't put on any pressure at all.
No.
No,
Anyways.
it's chill.
Anyways,
Go
I
back to
do
your point.
believe in a couple of days it is going to be your creation day. Does that sound about right?
Is it?
I do believe so.
Huh.
Right? You were born on, let's see, the first of the upper solstice.
Yeah.
So yes, indeed. Now
Huh.
this year we had an extra day, so I know that's a little confusing, but believe me, there is a very good mathematical reason for doing so. Now, almost got myself lecturing there. I'm gonna take a step back. We'll talk about that later. Anyways, I was just going to say, I may have already given you your present.
My present.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's ever made a fuss about my creation day before.
What are you talking about? I've given you something every year. I did that bed. I made your bed a massage machine. I
Is that
did.
when you did that?
Yes. I replaced the burnstones in your room.
Oh.
I actually think maybe I've only done 2 things. But still, that's a lot of things. Listen, sometimes I lose track of time. Okay, that's on me. It's totally my bad. But we do what we can, and I remember this year, so that's good. Right?
Castilla looks up with just like tears in her eyes.
Oh gosh, I've done something terribly wrong. My deepest
No.
apologies.
No, you've done great. That's no, thank you.
Okay, well, I was going to say that little, he looks around, device you have in your possession is not quite finished. That is the reason I wanted to take a look at it. There is still a couple kinks I need to work out, but if you want it now, you can have it now. I just wanted to get it done in the event that,
Oh no.
somebody had a creation day coming up.
If there are things you want to do to it here.
Oh, there's so many things. He grabs it from you.
Oh, I didn't like that.
What?
I don't know. It sounded suspicious.
Oh, my dear madam, how dare you insinuate such a thing? That hurts my feelings. I'm too old for such. I'm too old for such things. I must go now and do much more beneficial things. He crawls away. He just runs away. I'll give it to you in a couple of days.
Okay. Hmm.
You hear the sound of him falling down the stairs, and then
Oh.
skittering back into his lab.
Oh, he does that way too often. His old bones.
I'm okay. Oh, my old
Yeah.
bones.
You know, sometimes I swear you're made of rubber. You just get back up and you know what?
What? What was that?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. He falls down the stairs again.
Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, just like listen to it. Just put up.
Yeah, just crash, 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 just shatter.
Ow, chainsaw revving.
Brrrr. Oh no, not that machine! Oh dear, oh dear!
Anyway.
Anyways, so what do you want to do? Do you want to go to the library and read? That's usually what you do around this time, I'd say.
Yeah.
Okay. You go to the library and you begin reading. What book are you reading right now?
I'm something I'm probably not supposed to. Let's be real.
Like what?
Like, I'm kind of taking this fiction section one at a time.
Okay.
Right. I'm starting on the far end with the A's and then just making my way down.
Yeah. Does anyone here want to improvise a funny fantasy book title is what I'm getting at? Because I don't have any. What about Fistborn?
Sure.
Does anyone get that one? Does anyone get that reference?
No.
Okay. Well,
I don't know.
anyways, you're reading Fistborn. It's pretty good. And as you thumb through it, you hear a voice over your shoulder. Oh, that one is rather good. I just finished this series the other day.
Yeah, I just picked it up.
I see you in here quite a lot. I don't believe we've met. Hi. The woman walks around you. She's quite
Hi.
stunning.
I look up at her.
She's about your age, maybe a little older, but not by much. You can see her mourner has maybe half a ring more than yours. So older by maybe about 20 or so years. And
Yeah.
you see she's got long black hair.
Do you mind if I describe her?
Absolutely, with one condition. So go ahead and describe her, and then I'll add something at the very end.
She is the depiction of a goddess, painted by the most prolific of artists. She moves with natural grace. She smiles in a way that could light up the universe, and her eyes are filled with the intelligence of more scholars that could fill a room. In truth, she is just another Ethereum woman. Beautiful, yes, but still normal. But to Castillo, she is the sun.
And oh, does she burn so brightly.
How could you not get trapped in that orbit?
The one thing I would like to add here is, from a meta perspective, I would like to make something very clear. Her face looks shockingly similar to Cygnus's. like twins, but of different races. And she looks at you, reaches out a hand, and says, "Hi, I'm Vesper."
Hi, I'm Castillo. It's nice to meet you.
The pleasure is all mine.
No.
Do you mind if I sit here?
Oh, not at all.
Okay. She sits down, pulls a book into her lap, opens it up, begins to read. Every once in a while, she'll shoot up glances and give you a small smile.
Mm-hmm. Castillo tries to act like she's not staring, but is totally staring.
Yeah. And this is how the two of you met. Of course, Ferric on your day of creation gifts you back the small device. He says that he hasn't given it a name quite yet, but is currently working on one to accurately describe what it does.
Mm-hmm.
But in the meantime, he has worked out the kinks, so now you can use it.
I would like to
Although
do
he doesn't
so.
recommend doing it more than once a day.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I've stopped the drooling, mostly. I'll say if you use it twice, you'll get a little bit of stream. And if you use it more than that, let's just say things get a little confusing for you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember finishing it. But I did write myself a note in advance saying that I did, and it is my handwriting. So, here you go.
He hands it to you.
Thank you.
You are most welcome, young child.
He pats you on the shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Although I suppose you're not a child anymore. You have grown to be quite a striking young woman.
Thank you.
You are most certainly welcome. Well, if you need me, you know where to find me. Have a happy creation day. I'm going back to my lab.
Oh, okay.
I found this cool box to mess with.
And he starts to walk away. Starts walking a little faster.
What box? What box
What?
where?
What
box
box?
where?
That's a silly question.
What box?
Why don't I...
Where'd you find the box?
Would you believe me if I said I didn't find it in your room?
No.
Well, I would say your insight
Eric,
was quite
let's not
accurate.
tell falsehoods.
Well, I already have this.
And he gestures to his defacer. It's on his other shoulder.
So, fine, I found it in your room. I was cleaning. And I found it.
Can I please have my box back?
How did you get such a thing? It's made of that dark steel stuff, but purer.
It was
Some sort
a
of
gift.
strange alloy I've never quite encountered before. They say they mine it at the edge of the pits, but personally, I've never been to one.
Well, really, I wouldn't know.
Wouldn't know I've never been to one. I've talked about this many times.
Well, no, I know you've never been to one.
Oh, okay.
They're not super special, but
I wasn't gonna melt it down or anything. I was just gonna put things in it. Maybe
Okay,
put it
well-
in another thing.
okay. Well, I would like it back, please.
Fine, I'll return it to your room.
No.
I'll return it to you. Now. Let me go grab it.
He
Okay.
slowly starts to walk down to his workshop, and he comes back like 5 minutes later with the box in his hands.
That took you a while.
Well, I definitely didn't fall down the stairs. Quietly.
Quietly.
Yes. Well, no. 'Cause I didn't.
Anyways, bye. And he walks away.
Ferric, I swear we have to put you in a bubble.
And you spend the
Okay.
next 50 or so years meeting with Vesper, continuing your training, and in all this time, you do not see the archivist. And now we will move on. Okay. Okay. Crom. Hang on, there's... There. Okay. Crom. It's been several years since you saw your brother's performance at the Coliseum. In the meantime, you've continued your training with your father. You've continued to go watch your brother's matches. And to this day, he has a perfect record. He fights once every 30 or so days, just enough time to recover. So you've watched about 30 of his fights. He no longer trains with your father. The day that he found out about Ragnar's outgoings, he stopped training him. They had an argument, and these days they barely speak. You, however, continue your training per usual. And on one evening in particular, something quite unusual happens. You hear a scream come from the sky. And you look, and you see something dotting on the horizon, a trail of smoke following in its wake as it hurtles towards you, the island. Your father lowers his guard, looks over his shoulder, and peers at the thing as it continues to hurtle towards the ground. Well, that is strange. Go back to the house.
Do you know what that is?
No, but it is getting closer, and it appears we might be in its way. He grabs you by the shoulder, and he begins to walk towards the house. You don't quite make it inside. Before you turn, you hear the screaming become louder and louder, and something massive and shiny and on fire slams into the ground with a roar and just sputters and scrapes across the stone and crunches to a stop somewhere in the fields. You see smoke coming from the crater.
I think we should go check it out. Somebody might be hurt over there.
The fields should be empty, but perhaps you're right. All right. Caratha, stay here. Where is Ragnar when they need him? He's gone. Okay. Karam, you come with me. And he begins to walk very quickly and briskly over towards the crater.
I follow him.
A giant metal rock seems to have carved a section of the fields away from the impact. Parts of it are burning. A lot of it is crushed, but it's surprisingly intact. And you see, there appears to be some sort of clear barrier that has cracked and caved in, separating you from some smaller strange-looking creatures seem to be sitting on something, almost like a mount inside of this beast, or whatever it is. It's hard to describe to someone who would be seeing it for the first time, who's never seen anything like it before. But I would say, for some reason, your first thought is voidcraft. And then you think, well, what is a voidcraft? And then the thought vanishes from your head completely. You blink. Where were you again? You look at the fields around you. Still flowing. But something's off. The wheat shouldn't be that color. Why is it silver? Black. Orange, green, bronze. Rising towards the sky, swirling around you. And then it's gone. You're confused, but you must just be seeing things. Something inside. A small creature with pale skin. Almost wet-looking, furless, hairless, except for bits of it on its head and on its upper lip. Piercing eyes gaze towards you as it stumbles out from the cockpit of this machine. Blood trickling down the side of his head. He takes a wobbly step forward, falls to one knee. Your father rushes over and begins to help him up.
I'm gonna go over there and get. I assume he's like putting him on his shoulder. I'm gonna go over there and help him pick him up.
He'll pick up. He gives the creature to you and says, "Take this back to the house." It looks like it's dying, but there's life in those eyes and intelligence. I don't know what this is, but we will save it if we can. Now go. I will search the rest. And your father slowly begins to pick away at the broken metal and the tattered glass. Sort of look inside for more.
Come on, fella. You're not dying out here. And I begin to carry him inside.
It begins to mutter something in a strange tongue you don't recognize before falling unconscious by the time you get to the house. Slung over your shoulder initially, you could feel broken bones. You could see blood oozing from the open wound on its head. As you bring it back to their house and you explain everything to your mother, who quickly begins to dampen a cloth and place it over him and carry him over to a bed, you look at him one last time as she takes the cloth off to wring it of blood. And you see the gash is gone, and his arm seems to have straightened. Stranger creature should heal so fast.
Who is this?
And that is the question that you ask yourselves for the following year. The creature manages to fully recover by the second day. Apprehensively regards you with suspicious eyes. At first, it doesn't seem to eat or drink anything, but after a couple months of refusing food or water, eventually it starts to look a little haggard and pick at the things you set in front of it. Once it's sure that it's not being poisoned, you assume, it begins to finish these meals and the water, and even bow his head in thanks. The creature cleans up after itself. It watches you curiously, listens to you talk amongst one another, and over time it begins to shadow you. Your mother, of course, is unconcerned. Your father thinks this is good, as it means the creature is recovering. Occasionally it will point to something and look at you with curious eyes, a squinted expression, and wait. Your father is convinced he's trying to learn your language. You're not so sure. It looks smart, but it's wrong. Its back is too straight. It doesn't have claws, no natural weapons to take with it in the next life. How could such a thing move around, something so soft, so carelessly? It's confusing. And yet, word by word, he learns. And then one day he speaks. Hello.
What?
Hello.
Did you just speak?
He grasps at his throat.
Hurt.
Language.
Rough. Loud.
It's weird to hear this creature make the same growls and gurgling roars as you. But he seems to be doing it somehow.
Are you saying our language is hard?
Yes. Language hard. Difficult. Water.
Water? Yeah, I can get you some water. I'm gonna go inside. And is my mom inside?
Yeah.
Mom. Hey, Mom.
Yes?
Got any water? I think he's learning our language.
What?
He was just speaking to me.
Her eyes widen. She grabs a pitcher quickly, rushes to go find your father, and then all of you run out. Several of your siblings do as well. And they just like stare at him as he takes this pitcher and gulps it.
He goes, think.
I take it from him.
He nods, and he looks at your father. He says,
You saved me. Grateful. My name. Boriker.
he says that in his own tongue.
You may call him.
Do I understand that if it's in his own tongue?
You understand what a name is. It would just be hard for you to pronounce properly.
Okay.
It's a soft language, is how you would describe it. Very wet sounding. Very flat. Weird. Strange. Your father makes his best effort. Boriker.
Yes.
Boriker Morith.
Boriker Morith.
He reaches out a hand.
It's nice to finally speak to you. I have some questions about your people.
From this day forward, the man takes ample time of every day to sit and talk with your father. Long talks about his people, your father's people. They exchange cultures a little bit. You learn from listening in the conversations that this man, Boriker, he comes from somewhere in the sky, he claims. Somewhere far away, probably some other land across the Black Sea. His machine could fly. You're not sure if you believe that, but it did come from the sky. He says there are more like him out there, that there is something in the middle beast he tamed that he can use to message them, but he needs time and he needs access to the machine, as well as he makes a list of requests to like get materials, essentially. He also asks if your father would help him pry open the vehicle he used so that he can pull out the men that did not survive and give them a proper burial. To this, your father agrees to all of the requests, despite some silent apprehension from your mother, who was concerned as to how you would get all these materials. And your father essentially tells him that everything that your family owns, this man is welcome to. According to Boriker, his people are at war. They were at war on a faraway land, but they were losing very, very badly. And because of that, his people abandoned him for some time. And he was forced to go off on his own. That was a long time ago. Now, he has much power and was asked to lead a expedition to visit your people and invite them to be a part of what he refers to as the collective, where they would share knowledge, they would share material, and everyone involved could prosper. He requests an audience with your ruler after he has sent the message. To this, your father agrees. He spends some time at his ship, he calls it, his void craft. That word again, somehow familiar, somehow not. Let me put on some music. Sometimes you'll sit down with him and he'll talk about his land and his people. And you can't be helped but filled with curiosity and awe as he describes the things they've accomplished. We've tamed the stars. Those things you see in the sky. We've charted them, past them, through them. Beyond this place, up there is so much more. For all of us.
What's it like out there?
It's cold. But there is lots of warmth to be found. Your people are interesting. I can't say I've encountered anything like them. Most life forms seem to be violent, territorial, short-sighted, vicious. His stare grows hard. But you people are so giving. It's been a long time since I've met a people like that.
Maybe you guys just need to get to know each other.
Such is the beauty of the collective. Through it we are connected. Like the stars in that sky. All part of one constellation. I've been around a long time. It's exhausting. You might not believe this, but I'm older than your father. Much older. For every good thing out there, there is something far worse lurking in its shadow. I'm in charge of clearing out those shadows so that we can rest in the shade, so that we may know peace. That is our mission, the objective of the collective.
That doesn't sound too bad. Isn't that what strength is for? To protect people?
To protect people. Strength, maybe. Strength is for taking. To protect people by taking away those things that would harm them, I suppose. Taking away things they would use to harm themselves. So I suppose, yeah, in a way. But that's an old dream. Tell you what do you want to do?
Right now?
With your life?
With my life.
Haven't thought about it?
I mean, I've always wanted to fight in the Coliseum.
Why not do it? Life for most people is short. Take what you can, when you can. Strength fades. Quickly. If you're fortunate. Well, I'm going to meet your ruler tomorrow. They say he's part of some sovereign line. I guess that's special here. Everyone has something special, some special blood, some special name. One name is everywhere.
Names have meaning here.
Have you heard of the name Norum?
Is that supposed to be a person?
Just curious.
It's a weird name.
It's written on your family pillars. Don't read it much. They're interesting bits of history. He stands up. Best to know it by heart in case something happens. You can put history on walls and in books. But the history that matters is in here. What you take with you when the walls crumble and the books burn. Those things truly matter. I just wish people would know that. So I wouldn't have to teach them. He stands up. And he walks towards your house. Where your father is waiting. And on the morrow they rise. And your father takes him to see the sovereign. Meet the Ninja
Gamer
Turtles.
gets game.
It's my favorite one. A messenger runs to your house that afternoon. He comes with him bearing a wooden plaque. He presents it to your mother. She takes it in trembling hands and falls to her knees and begins to weep. Your sisters quickly rush to her side, whispering to her. They too read the tablet, and they begin to clutch her and scream. Your brothers are in uproar. Ragnar, again, is nowhere to be found. He hasn't been home in a while. You see Dryon, his health having not been well, is stuck in his room. Only Dathan and Aegir are able to come. What's going on? What is happening? The
Am I currently
messenger.
inside with him?
Yes.
Okay.
The messenger turns to you. He bears the Sovereign crest, and he wears on him colorful, he's wearing clothes that would signify him as being some of noble blood, or a messenger carrying a message thereof. The tablet he handed your mother has on it a seal, meaning it came from the Emperor directly. It came from the Sovereign directly. What has he done? What have we done to deserve this?
What? What does it say?
Your father? Oh God, what did you do? She drops the tablet. Sisters cling to her. Aegir picks up the tablet and he reads it. His expression drops and his eyes go wide. His jaw goes slack. No. No. He's going to be
does the tablet
declawed.
say? What? You gotta be joking. And I'm gonna take the tablet from him.
It reads in very formal lettering. On this day, a wretched creature was brought before the Sovereign. He who said blasphemous things and made blasphemous demands has brought shame to the house of Emberward. As such, he who protected the man, the creature, he who defended it in the presence of the Sovereign, has been sentenced to be deformed so that his next incarnation may be weak as penance for this crime. I will explain something very briefly about your people's religion.
Yeah.
We can go into detail about this later. Essentially, your people believe in a cycle of incarnation. Not reincarnation. Reincarnation applies, it's like the same soul that gets put into different things.
Yeah.
This is different. Incarnation, something else that follows you in a cycle of life, is directly tied to your own. Your spirit may move on. You may move on. But your actions determine the fate of another thing. That incarnation can be seen as a reflection of you and your life. Whatever you have, be it knowledge, strength, skill, or charm, you pass on to the next in the cycle. You can be a great man, and in so, you will pave the way for a great ant, or a great beetle, and that beetle may pave the way for a greater man. In short, you are arming a new generation of life with whatever you were able to accrue in your own. It is what you all strive for. It is your afterlife. It is the fate of another living thing. By not killing your father when he is in, let's say, good health, and instead deforming him in such a manner as to rip the claws from his hands, they are essentially artificially ruining his cycle of incarnation. Whatever fate is tied to his, be it of his will or not, will now suffer the loss of whatever they would have used to survive. And that cycle will continue. It is the greatest shame that you can do to anybody. And it also means that most likely, the House of Emberward will be cut from your royal ties, and you will not be able to receive any more assistance from the House of Savin. No family will want to align with yours ever again, not for generations to come. This great shame will be etched into the walls of your own home. The pillars of your family's history will be gilded with this act. Boriker is not to be found, but when you and your brothers arrive in the city square, you see your father standing there. He wears no chains. The guards around him have no weapons. It's unnecessary. He follows them with the same stoic expression in his eyes as he always has. And he lays his hands on a stone table, and they clamp his wrists with a larger stone block. On the other side, they begin to wrap leather cords around his fingers, tie them to the larger stone block. And then smaller cords are drilled through his claws, pushed through the other end. You can see his blood running down the side of the table. Crowds. Everyone in the city has come to watch this happen. And they stand there in silence. A nobleman steps up. He bears a tablet, and he reads the demands that Boriker had made. Boriker had demanded that all armed, essentially like guard in the city, relinquish their weapons and welcome a occupying army to establish a connection to the collective. And only through this demonstration of submission would they know for certain that they were not a violent people. And they would be able to establish peace immediately. The other condition was the ruler had to essentially pledge his entire country's allegiance and fealty to the whims of the collective and the houses of Valvignon. The Sovereign met these demands with outrage and disgust, and immediately ordered the execution of Boriker. Your father offered to take his place, demanded the responsibility fall into him, as he was responsible for this man's life. He considered him a member of his own house. Because your father was once well respected, this sovereign decided that he would not move through with the execution, and instead offered this alternative, to which your father agreed. The nobleman stops reading, lowers the tablet, and everyone in the square turns to watch your father, standing on a podium, as he reaches out, grabs one of the cords, and rips it from his hand. The crowd gasps. Your father doesn't move. He reaches out again, rips another one clean. One by one, slowly, he pulls the claws from your father's hands. And throughout it all, your father doesn't make a sound. The most you can catch is a wince of pain, but his expression remains the same, hardened and resigned, as the final claw is pulled. And your father's hands covered in blood, fur stained dark, fingers short and stubbed, flesh and blood, hanging tissue. He pulls them through the stone, scrapes the fur off of the rest of his hands, and he holds them to his side, clenched.
You are free to go. But know this, Darakin. The palace walls will forever bear your name and your family's name, so that all who follow will know what you've done. Letting you live was a mistake. But at least in this, everyone who follows you will know you should have died.
And he walks away, and the crowd slowly begins to disperse. Your mother and your sisters did not come to watch. You see on the opposite side of the crowd, Ragnar stands there. He's wearing his gladiatorial armor, and on his right arm, he holds a massive shard of bone that you know is his trophy. Champion again. He just stands there, fresh from battle, watches his father slowly walk down the steps of the town square and back to your place. Is there anything you'd like to say to him in this moment as he walks past you?
I just stand there in silence.
Come, boys. Let us go home. It is nearly time for dinner, and I'm sure your mother would be very upset to see you late. I myself am rather famished. He gives you a small smile. and walks down the path.
I'm gonna stand there for a little bit and then just walk over to the area where he got declawed. Is there anything on the ground?
His claws.
Like one of his claws.
You see the tissue, the sinews that bound them to his fingers, dangling off of them on the ground. You see tufts of the fur that was skinned from his hands when he pulled them free from the stone. Also are sort of sticking to the side of the table.
I'm gonna pick one of the claws up. I'm gonna examine it. What's the point of beating you now? And I'm just gonna drop it and slowly walk away.
You walk behind and leave a part of your father lying there in the town square. And to this day, you wish so very deeply that you had told him that to his face. Before everything went to shit. Cygnus. Let's put on some different music for you.
The fuck is my No, there it goes. Hey, man. Oh my gosh.
Your apprenticeship with a Sentry began some time ago.
Oh.
You've been working on these machines for a really long time. Everyone in your class essentially got split into 3 groups. The first were divers, the second were runners, and the third were mechanics. Or I should say workers is more accurate. You got put in the workers category. Of course. That was the one you wanted to do anyways. Your sister, who graduated a year before you, strangely enough, opted to be a runner. Like your father. Now you gotta go make sure that welding, okay, is nice and tight. Because if you don't make sure the welding's tight, then these things are gonna come right apart. Okay, and you can't make sure they come apart because when they do, that means everyone around's at risk, alright?
It's a big hand. Everything I know.
It is big, so we gotta be super extra careful. We gotta stress test them, alright? This is how we stress test them. You're gonna put it under this pressure right here, and before you check your weld, you're gonna do this. And she hits it really hard with a hammer. Alright, now see that? Do you see a crack?
Do I?
Yes, a little one.
Okay. A real tiny one.
Alright, so that's pretty small, so that's good. So we're just gonna seal that back up, and we're gonna send it right on. Okay?
Okay.
Now, if it's any bigger than your thumb, that's when it's too big, and we gotta take it holding apart.
Okay.
Okay. Now, Timber. You, heard from your mother?
I'm gonna assume no.
No.
No. Not yet, I guess.
Well, I was waiting until you knew something about that. but I have an offer for you.
An offer?
Mm-hmm. I got a delivery job. Now, it ain't as fun as doing the machine work down here, but it's pretty nice. You get to go see the second stratum, and maybe even the first. If you're real lucky and you get promoted, you might be able to go to the surface.
What?
But hey now, I'm just saying, ain't nothing set in stone, alright?
Okay,
You
okay.
know how things move around here, they slower than magma, okay? So you just gotta be
You're
patient.
right, you're right.
Just gotta
Okay.
be patient.
How patient do I have to be? I can only be
Uh,
so patient about this.
Gotta be patient as a slug.
Oh.
I know. But trust me, this is a great opportunity. And they don't come by very often now. I got offered, but my leg not so good. You know? She gestures over to her leg. She lost it a long time ago in a factory accident. Now,
Okay.
it's been replaced with like a brace and a small hook at the bottom that she uses to dangle upside down from high places when she's working on stuff. And because of that, she's kind of like the best worker. Everyone else has to use their tail, but she can use her tail to hold equipment while she's working while hanging upside down from her foot.
Oh yeah, of course.
So she kind of has this really dangerous, definitely not by the book's way of like swinging around and working on these structures that sort of stretch over the chasm. By the way, that's where you are. You are currently building how would I call this? A lift system that goes from one side of the crag to the other. These have been attempted before, usually to failure, but you just got a huge shipment of material, this metal that seems to be really, really dark, like the ones the Cosmoton was made out of, but not as pure. It's managed to stay cool despite being this far underground. So in theory, this metal should be able to temper the heat and wouldn't grow weak or soft as time went on. The theory is that this is going to survive an ash storm. That's the main goal. And this is going to connect 2 of the villages. And then eventually, if this works out, they'll connect them all. So you have sort of a zigzag system that allows you to get around the crag pits, which is pretty huge.
Okay. Yeah.
Until then, you had to meet each other on the surface, where you had to find ways across the chasm that were really unsavory. Certainly not safe in any capacity. Now I'm gonna keep working out here, okay? And I got help. But I want you to go out there and take this with you. She gives you a sort of like crushed piece of like paper. It's very, very thick. And on it you can see a list of instructions, names, and then a date, as well as a location of what you're supposed to deliver. She says, now you gonna run that to there, and you're gonna meet these people along the way, these checkpoints, right? And on the back of this is a map, and it's gonna help you find your way, alright? Now these people, they're gonna give you more maps because this paper ain't so big, and each of these papers is gonna lead you to the next one. When you need to come back, you just backtrack, alright? So you don't lose any of these, or you're gonna have a tough time finding your way back down. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know you ain't never been above the 4th stratum. We do things differently down here, okay? So when you see people, you don't give them your name. You don't ask for their name, okay? You just swap the papers, all right? Don't speak
Just
to
do
no
my
one.
business.
Don't speak to no one unless you don't have to, okay? Yeah, you just do your business.
Man. Okay.
Now,
I'll
for
try.
some reason, they like these, and she gestures to her arm, where the gemstones are embedded her constellation. For some reason, they like these. The tiny stars, right? You go pick a few of them, bring them up there with you, and you can use them to pay for anything you might need. Okay? They don't need to be
Okay.
big or nothing. You can just get little ones, and be careful when they ask you for a lot of them, because they're trying to trick you. Okay? They can't come down here and pick these, so that's why they're trying to get them from you. You understand?
They trying to be greedy about it.
They try and be greedy about it, but you don't let them be greedy.
All of them mean and greedy and stuff like that.
No, not all of them. Just some of them. That's why you're gonna keep to yourself. Also, they don't talk much. They do more working. They do a lot of working.
Okay.
All right, now you be good. She pinches your cheek.
Okay.
And don't have too much fun.
I will have no fun at all, and I give a very serious, not serious at all thumbs up.
She goes, okay. Gives you the same serious, not serious thumbs up. Now you may be going. You're supposed to get on that right quick. I already told your father about it, so don't worry about that.
Oh, well, okay. Do I need anything other than the tiny stars?
Maybe some clothes, maybe some food. You take whatever you think you'll need. You can pay for the rest.
Okay, okay.
Now, if anyone try to make fun of the way you talk, you give them a hard look, okay? They sound real weird up there.
What do they
all of them
sound like?
sound so weird. I can't do it. I can't do the impression. I try. I can't. They're too old. They sound like this. Something like that. They sound so silly.
Oh. Okay, if any of them say anything, I'll just... until they go away.
Yeah, that's right. You do that, you'll scare them right off. For some reason, they don't
Okay.
like us. Okay. You be good.
Okay. I will go scurry on home to grab my stuff.
You hook your tail on a beam that runs the length of this bridge and slide like a rail system
Hell yeah.
all the way back down and then come back. And yeah, you follow the instructions on the paper. And do you do anything, or are you just going to immediately start?
Well, I do pack a little bag of stuff.
Mhm.
I get a couple change of clothes. I bring that book that I was given because I like looking through it. Some snacks, some money, so to speak. Other than that, I say bye to Astrophel.
Okay. You see Astrophel is sitting down, and he's reading the book you gave him. Now, you've given him quite a lot of books. You've discovered, while Astrophel does not talk, he does read. And that's pretty much all he ever does now, is just read. Read,
Of
watch
course.
mushrooms in his little garden. Speaking of which, that's where you find him. You see him sitting there, staring at his most recent creation. A lot of the books you've given him are studies that you've been able to find on botany. Books are quite rare down here, so the ones you do find are a little odd. But these were actually written by someone who's local and who's very interested in, sending research papers back up to the surface about the different flora that are found down here and the fungi and all of that. And so he is reading a sort of like journal, peer-reviewed study book on the different kinds of plant life that is found down here and fungal networks that connect them, how they get, their energy and such. He's taken that knowledge and managed to crossbreed several new species of underflora, is what I'll call them. He's got a weird-looking pink bubbly mushroom that looks like it's got boils all over it. He's got a smaller-looking shrub-like fungus that seems to be blooming, even though it's out of season. And then he's got a couple of smaller little scraggly black plants that sort of like were crawling across the wall. He's gotten one of them to crawl up a post he stuck in the ground, and on the ends of it, something else is starting to bloom at the edges of the vine. But you're not quite sure what it is yet. So he's just got abundance of these and a bunch of others that he's just like dug up and put here, with your help, of course. And he's sitting there with a stack of books. He doesn't read the books in the order that they actually take place, of course. So there's multiple studies of this botany book, right, that you gave him. There's multiple books. You made the mistake, because you didn't know this would happen, of giving him book 2 first. And then he gave him book 3, and then he gave him book 1. He reads them in that order. And he sets them down like he reads them. So he'll read 2, then he'll read 3, and he'll put it down, and then he'll read 1, and he'll stack them. And he just stacks them vertically until he's done, and then he moves them. He goes to the bottom of the pile, and he just reads through the entire stack again. And you can tell when he wants to read a specific book, because he'll speed read all of the other ones before he can get to that one, and then he takes his sweet, sweet time. Like, he has to read every book in the stack until he gets to the one that he's interested in, and then he can enjoy it.
Of course.
So, you see Asterfell is on volume 3, again. And he's sitting there just...
Hey, bud. Liking that book? Yeah. Your mushroom's looking pretty good, and I point to the one with the boils on it. It's real freaky, but like in a good way.
He takes a stick, he pokes one of the boils, and it pops. And you watch as small, little, soggy pellets ooze out of the side, and when they drop onto the ground, they wiggle into the rock in like little cracks. And they like swim away. And he looks at you and he goes,
Oh. No. You don't want that to happen. Okay. Well, I'm sure if you just keep messing with it, that you'll get it to do what you want it to. You're always real good at that. I ruffle his hair.
he just lets you do it and then goes back to reading. You see a slight smile on his face.
Okay, perfect. Well, I'm gonna be gone for a little bit. I'll be back. I just wanted to say goodbye. Have fun with your plants. Don't stay out here all night again.
He peeks over the book. Just looks at you.
I know you like reading and you like being in this little place, but you also need to sleep in a warm place and not, well, it's all warm, but like in a different warm sense. You know, you can't sleep on the ground. Anyways, I'm going. So you be good. And I stand up, ruffle his hair again, and then I leave.
He waves at you and then goes back to reading.
Okay. And then I just start.
You start going?
I will I'd also bring a notepad to draw with, but yes, I go.
Okay. So, you go through all of these different checkpoints and you meet a lot of different people. You get to a certain point where once you pass the barrier of the fourth stratum, you start to see just a few what you recognize as Monfalings. You've only seen them extremely briefly, but here they are. Pale skin, pale hair, strange, lanky, tailless, oddly long fingers and toes. They are just strange. Large eyes seem to like loom over you. And they speak in a strange cadence as each of them hand you a different pamphlet. and you begin to make your way even further up. You get to the top of the third stratum, and you have this package. You hand it off. The person thanks you. They give you some seeds, oddly enough, in exchange, and then they take the package and they leave. And you're done.
Oh my god. Cool.
It took
Well,
took like many hours to get here,
and that's it.
and that's it. Now you've got this weird can of seeds.
Does it say what it is?
Nope. It's in some sort of like vial to protect it from the heat, you imagine, or just the air in general, for some reason.
Okay. Well, I want to look around at what I'm seeing. What is there anything interesting around here? I feel kind of awkward just taking this and then leaving again.
You look around. You get the sense that you've done the job. That's it. You're finished. You look over and you do hear something coming from like a building that seems to be like inside the rock over there. Oddly enough, you hear like scuffling. It looks like maybe a bar. You don't know. You've never been in one.
I'm gonna go shuffle on in there
Okay.
You should get Black
very
Oak drunk.
nonchalantly.
You shuffle on in there, and that's where we're gonna have to stop for you.
Okay. Well,
You should drink. You should get blackout drunk.
no.
Loser.
Escar.
Yeah.
After the destruction of the Okirok tribe, you made your way back to your village. Your father seems to have this dark air about him. Like he's angry, furious. Nobody speaks to him, he doesn't say a word. Now, you return from defeating this faraway tribe to a roaring welcome. For once, you are one of the esteemed warriors. But there's a feeling you can't shake. Those creatures that left. A sound from deep in the woods, from behind you. Like something big waking up. You can't shake the feeling that something's off. You see your mom disapprovingly chides your father. He turns his head in the other way. Your sisters embrace you in a warm hug. Your friends are all gathering around you, excitedly asking you about the fight. You're certainly a man, but what does that mean? What does any of it mean? A question. It burns your mind. One you've been asked before, but you're not sure of the answer to anymore. Your father doesn't engage in the celebration. He abandons his Hatchakal throne and instead just stands by the fire, watches it burn. And that's when the first shell hits. The ground explodes near a table. People scream. They rush around looking for what caused the explosion. You hear something up above in the sky. Some horrible roaring sound, and you see flames. Sort of like glazing the treetops as it moves closer and closer.
I want to get to my father.
You begin to rush towards your father as this giant metal creature begins to burn the forest as it moves closer and closer. You see a flash and then another shell hits the ground, explodes. Another metal beast comes down to the side, begins to burn more of the forest. These creatures, these giant steel catholids, land on the ground, and they open their maw. You see dozens of creatures rush out with blades that you don't recognize, armor you don't recognize. They point things at people. Again, more flashes, screaming. Holes begin to pepper your people as they fall dead. Your father.
What's going on? What are those things?
You
I was
see,
about to ask you that too.
you see Goskir rushes up, swings over his Catchathid and says,
I don't know, but we are going to fight them off. Come, they must be coming from that tribe. I recognize these men. I saw one of them with them. Come on, we can do this. Let's go.
he turns to your people. But the warriors, they aren't moving. They're frozen. Frozen with fear. Your father raises an axe and screams.
What the hell are you waiting for? Let's go!
They all immediately raise their weapons and begin to charge this new enemy. It's a slaughter. Soldiers fall. Men, women, and children, all caught in the crossfire. These things they have that shoot pellets, they sting from distances. Too strong, too fast, too deadly. You look around you, the woods are burning. You can see your father in the distance cutting down man after man. You see the holes beginning to appear in his sides, in his arms, in his cheek, in his chest, but he still keeps fighting. His muscles rippling as he opens his mouth, releases a chilling cry. A scream unlike any you've ever heard. The scream of a monster. He towers over them and begins to grow. 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot taller than he should. With this new form, he grabs these creatures by the waist, throws them into the burning wood with a shout, and again takes his axe with one hand, slices through them. But still, the holes pepper his body. Your uncle leads a smaller group around the metal beasts, begins to attack them from the side. You hear your father scream,
No! Save them! Save them!
and he gestures with his axe back towards the women and children who are currently sort of hiding behind huts, trying to stay away from these weapons, these creatures. But it's not enough. The huts burn. The woods behind them burn. You're trapped in a ring of fire. These slugs, these tiny, tiny beetles that come from these tubes they hold, they rip through your skin. The skin of your kin. You look to your side. You see Gerbo's corpse lying there, his eyes open, his skin mid-shedding, his tail stomped on. You lean down, you pull at his body, you see half of his face is melted off from the gunfire. You look and you see Bufy fighting against one of the soldiers, fighting a losing battle. The soldier beats into him harder and harder, pulls a dagger from his belt and begins to shank him in the side, slice down his cheek, kick him in the head. Bufy falls onto the ground, screaming in pain, and still he tries to rise to fight. You watch in front of you as your Hachikal begins to be overpowered. Your father surrounded by 15 men, all pointing their weapons at him. And then out of the woods, he walks. The man from before. He wears the same suit. His hair ruffled but still well kept. Mustache, piercing gaze. He steps forward, towering over everyone. And he looks at your father, who has fallen to one knee, slowly shrinking back to his original size, and then smaller still, like he's burned the muscle in exchange for what he gave, or what he was given. As the strength begins to leave his body, you see he slowly is forced to lower the axe until it thuds against the ground, and he stands there hunched over. Do you know why I've done this? The smell of smoke, burning flesh, crackling of fire. Do you know why you suffer? I truly believed that your kind was capable of peace, of reason. But like so many others, I was mistaken. I want so badly to believe there is another race out there that doesn't resort to this sort of atrocity. But I suppose we're too alike in that sense. We had to change. We had time to change. Time I cannot offer you. Things are in motion now. I want you to know that if any of you survive, I will do my best to make sure that they can live lives amongst those who wouldn't have wanted this, that they will know peace. This I will give you, but first you must give me final words. Speak them, and let us be done with this. Your father's head can barely keep it up, begins to lower towards the ground. Just a moment. Oh, my favorite Ninja Turtles. Okay. Your father's head lowers towards the ground, and his axe thuds into the grass beside him. I have no words for you. What you've done here is unspeakable. What you've done here is cowardly!
but my words will be for my son. Listen, Iskar. If you can hear me now, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your mom and for your sisters, but I will give you this chance. Remember what it is you fight for. Remember what that X is for. Don't you ever forget it. Not this. Not this moment. Not my last. Not yours.
He rises again. You can see the effort is killing him, but he stands on his 2 feet, and you watch as his body once again fills that sagging skin, and he looks like he's almost back into his normal state.
I don't know what you fight for, but it sure as hell can't be as beautiful as mine.
He takes his axe, he raises it over his head, and before he can strike, you hear a gunshot pierce the air, and your father falls back. Borokor Morith stands, chain hanging from his side, an emblem like this one.
Okay.
He holds it in his hand and dangles it in the light of the fire. His other hand, of course, holding the smoking slug slinger in his he used to shoot your father in the head. He looks around at the fire. With an expression harder than, well, harder than anything you've ever seen. Surely there was no man who could stand up to your father, who could kill him with such ease. And yet, there it is. He turns to his men. Round him up. Kill the runners. And with a steady hand, he sheaths his gun, and he takes a step forward towards the town square. You watch as your sisters scream. You turn towards the sound of their voices. You see them huddled over the body of your mother, who is leaned against the side of a building. You can see the cloth that covers her belly is red. She pulls back a stained hand as she slowly sinks to the ground. And the only light in her eyes is the reflection of the flames around you. They cry and pull at her dress. You watch as soldiers step between them and you, raise their weapons. Iskar, what do you do?
Remember who you fight for.
I'm gonna... I have a question.
Go for it.
Can I rage?
You can, like you never have before. It is not anger that fuels your body in this moment, but a well of despair unlike any you've experienced. It courses through your veins, and you feel your skin stretch and split as you grow in size. But you welcome the pain. The soldiers raise their weapons. You hear one of them shout something. Your sisters don't
charge 'em.
respond. Make an attack roll. You're going to add 5.
That's a 15.
With a 15, you slam an arm into the side of a soldier. You knock him about 7 feet. He hits the ground. His head slams against the side of a hut, and he stops moving. You turn towards the others. One of them pulls his weapon on you, pulls the trigger, and you see something blurry flash before you. You look down to see where the hole would have appeared in your stomach. And instead all you see is a very familiar looking back.
I told you I would be there.
Donk drops to his knees.
No.
Go. Finish them. I'll get the little ones.
He starts crawling towards your sisters.
Please go.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Protect him for me. And I let him go. And yeah, I'm gonna attack the next one I see.
Make your attack roll.
That's going to be a 23.
With a 23, you feel this person's spine crack as you slam into them. They disappear into a burning brush. You can hear their screams and smell their crackling flesh, but it just blends in with the others. You look over to the side, you see the last guy has pulled his gun on Donk, who stands there in front of your sisters. He has them huddled behind his back, and he's trying to get them to move. Tears in his eyes.
Run, he says, run!
But they scream and pull at your mom's dress.
Mom! Mom!
They cry. It didn't pick up on my mic, but you can hear them screaming, Mom. Wake up. Wake up, please. Wake up. See, the man pulls the trigger again. Another hole appears in Dunk's shoulder. He falls back onto your sisters. One of them cries and begins to hug him as well. Please don't leave, she says. Please don't leave. He struggles to stay up, but pushes himself again in an upright position and again shields your sisters from the oncoming gunfire.
The one guy shooting, can I throw my hand axe at him?
Make a ranged attack.
That's going to be a 16.
Your hand axe thuds into this man, and he falls to the ground limp. But not before pulling the trigger one last time. Donk falls. Your sister's cries grow louder. And as you move to crawl towards them, the strength of your rage begins to leave. Despair is potent, but it's painful. Your body's in agony. You've never pushed it like this before. You physically couldn't move. But you do anyways. Until you feel a knee on your back. Where do you think you're going? That voice. That man. You look to the side and you see the chain. You see the emblem. You watch as soldiers surround Donk and your sisters. And just as gunfire begins to riot through the air, you feel something slam into the back of your head, and you lose consciousness. Crom. You wake up to the smell of smoke. You see that your mother is kneeling beside your bed, shaking you. Wake up. Wake up, we need to go. Come on. We need to leave now.
What's happening? What's going on?
We are under attack. We need to go. There's nothing we can do. Come on. Come on, your father has the girls. We're going.
I'm gonna get up.
Okay, so you get up. You grab your things. You grab your... oh, sorry. Hang on one sec. You grab your Treknek Nieve. And that's pretty much the only thing you have time to before you need to start running. Your mother trips a couple of times. You have to help her. You see that your brothers are ahead. They're already at the edge of town. Your sisters are with them. And a massive crowd of people are all rushing towards the palace to high ground. You hear loud, bursting, explosive sounds behind you. Shouting, the sounds of screaming. You turn and you look at your burning farmland. And you see something in the sky. Shines bright beams of light down onto the fields. Humming, roaring. Like that thing that crashed, but bigger. And you look and there's more of them, so many more of them. Where's your father? Where did he go? Where's he? Your sisters are crying. He went to go warn the fishermen. He said he had to. Okay, we need to go. We need to go. You see your brother Ager says, no, we can't leave. We can't leave him. We need to go now. She grabs him by the arm, begins to pull him back towards the town square.
What about Dad?
He can fend for himself. I need to get you to safety. He's more capable than you think, that you give it credit for. Come on, we need to go.
How is he gonna fight back?
He has ways, okay? We need to go.
I'm sorry. Not this time. And I'm gonna turn around and run back.
Crumb, no! You see she screams, tries to reach for you. Your brothers pull her closer, and they begin to drag her kicking and screaming back towards the palace, where all the refugees are headed. This explosive sound and the screams, you realize, aren't just coming from the fields. They're coming from all over the city. You can see far on the edge of the island, the same noises can be heard. Deep into the city, you see buildings on fire. You hear those same sounds. You see these things in the sky lowering and settling on the ground. You see people in uniform sprinting. Creatures like the one that you've been harboring. They carry with them strange weapons. Pointing them at people kills them. Doesn't make any sense. You rush back towards the farm, back towards the training grounds. And you see, kneeling there is your father, not having made it to the edge. His hands are bloodied, and you see in front of him Boriker Morith, the soldier you've been harboring, stands there with bloodied hands of his own. His sleeves are rolled back. His belt is thrown to the side. All of his weapons seem to be laid bare in the dirt. It looks like he just fought your father in a fist match and won.
Why? Why do you do this? Do we not mean anything to you? You meant everything here to me. And it is because of what they did to you that this is necessary. I've been searching for a people far from this.
He gestures to the fire, to the screams. You turn and you can see Royal Guard have begun to filter back from the palace. They are trying to currently take on the soldiers with the far-firing weapons. With mild success, they are holding back a line, but still they are dropping much faster in number.
Your ruler, your king. In our conversation, I realized that I was right. I didn't want to believe it, but it's all the same. Death. Pain. Suffering. It spreads across Norm like a disease. But we cured disease. That's what I'm here to do. Your people will be sick no longer.
As a part of the collective, your father goes,
As a part of what? Is this not the death and suffering that you're referring to? Look around you. Is this what you want? Is this peace? This is all I can give.
And I will give it in abundance until I see results. As I have my entire life. I don't need to be a hero. Norm doesn't need a hero. It don't need a savior. It needs a general. It needs legacy. And I will make sure yours is remembered in a way that your king would have despised. But I can't bear to take your life myself. Sergeant, step forward. Killian, you walk past your platoon and you salute your general. You look out into the fire. These people you don't know if they were truly bad, if they were any good. It doesn't matter. Not anymore. It never did. But you can see the man in front of you is clearly a proud, honorable man who deserves a proud and honorable death, like your people would have given him. You see a younger creature, whatever these things are, rushes forward and begins to growl and howl at you, stepping between you and the one on the ground. What do? You have orders, soldier.
I look at this man kneeling. They say war never changes. So why don't you get up and fight me?
You watch Borker translate your request to the man kneeling on the ground. And he says something back. The creature in front of him, who you glean must be some relative of his, is standing between the two of you with his arms stretched out, trying to get his father to back away. And when that doesn't work, begins to challenge you. Borker turns. Soldier. This is Darakin. And that right there is Crom, Darakin's son. Now, Crom has never seen battle. He doesn't belong here. Son, I want you to teach him that before you lay his father to rest. And if you can do that without killing him, he will honor your request to go out in combat. You watch as
Yes,
the one he called Crom takes a step forward towards you. The boy is inexperienced. You can see it in his form. He's strong, yes. Big, yes. But it looks like that's all he has, is spunk and spirit. He takes this fighting stance too wide. Too much of his weight on his front leg. He raises his fists in an immature guard, and he glares at you with a malice that doesn't belong in the eyes of a killer. How do you take him out?
I go in with just a straight right hook to the face.
Okay. He tries to duck, but he's too emotional. You make clean contact, and he staggers over to the side. He spits blood, and again raises his immature guard. He's resilient. He's got spunk. You're gonna have to lay into him a bit harder than that.
You got spirit. I like that. That'll get you far. But that's all you got. And I'm gonna reach over, grab him by the top of the head, and I'm just gonna start laying into him until he goes unconscious.
He gets a couple of good punches in, but as your fist continually makes contact with his face, and you slowly beat his nose in, and blood begins to gush from his eyes and his mouth, eventually his punches grow soft. And then his arms droop to his side as he hangs there limp in your hand. His eyes are open, he's barely conscious, but he's not able to move.
Right before I put him down, I'm gonna whisper into his ears. I like you, kid. If you manage to survive this fight, come find me. I will grant you all the fights you desire. And I'm just gonna shove his face into the ground.
You hear a muffled, agonized scream as you do so. And though you do not share language, you feel that he understands your challenge. He slowly lifts his face from the dirt, tears cleaning it from his eyes. He looks over at his father, Darakin, this man you've been sent to kill, who stands there. He's ready for you.
Let's see what kind of man you will be to your last breath.
He raises his fists. And I need you to make a dexterity saving throw as you fight it out with him.
Do I add anything to it?
Yeah, add +3.
Okay. 22.
Okay. As you fight this man, and your punches lay into him, you can tell that he is severely injured and not worth fighting. As you go to finish the job, however, his stance changes, stiffens, and in less than a blink of an eye, in a split second, you see that his hand rests inches from your heart in a deep lunge punch, unlike anything you've ever seen. But his hands look injured. He stopped too short for some reason. Didn't even make contact. If his fingers have been longer, you might be dead. But that seemed to take all of his strength. He has nothing left. You can finish him Soldier, we have work to do.
You lost the killer in you. And I'm gonna hit him one last time.
Your fist comes down on his head, and you hear a crack echo throughout the fields. Crom, you watch your father's neck snap as he falls to the ground and lie still. You can hear his words, his final whisper on the wind. Fists are for killing, and it is never okay to kill. Who is it you fight for? Remember who it is you fight for. I love. Quiet. Boriker stands there solemnly, gives a salute, and then orders a grave to be dug for the fresh corpse. And it was from this point that nothing was ever the same. You followed this man after what you come to know as the Federation managers of the collective established outposts. You were able to sneak on board a ship. You remembered his name. Sergeant Killian. You find that they call him Captain Kill. And for some reason, he gets dishonorably discharged. They release his military record to the public. You're able to track him down. His ship is easy to find. It's old model. You use every skill you have to get to this man. And every time, he shows you that you're not ready. He beats into you the same lesson over and over and over. That you are not strong enough. Never strong enough. And one day, while you're getting the receiving end of another one of these beatings, in a dank bar somewhere deep underground, in a place that smells like sulfur, it's hot and itchy. As you fall, your head slammed against a table, blacking out, you see a face that you would come to be very familiar with. The face of a naive young girl who has just walked into the next phase of her life. As Cygnus, this is how you meet Killian. And technically how you met Crom in that bar deep underground, where it all began. Eskar, you find yourself in a cell. Cold metal grate beneath your feet. Your skin burns, your eyes are still full of ash. You hear the voice of a man. In a language you don't yet understand but would come to. Well, well, well. What is it we got here? Oh, fresh meat. How you doing? Name's Scratch. You and I are gonna have some fun while we're up here. Believe me, it's better than where you came from. And it sure as hell's better than where you're going. Everything after that. The slave barge. Turk Dawn. The experiments. Again. Again. And again. You try to escape. But you will always, always be dragged back here to this place. Are you not grateful for what we've given you? The knowledge we've beaten into that crude DNA of yours? I suppose we'll just have to teach you as many times as it takes. The S in your back stings. You remember very little of your final escape. You remember being on the raft, hurtling into deep Aurorian, going who knows where, from who knows where. Your partner looks over at you, says something you can't quite understand before blacking out from the force. And when you wake, he's no longer in the cockpit with you. You're surrounded by snow and ice. Standing in front of you, lifting out the broken shield of the broken door, the hatch that separated you from the wilderness, is a short, stubby man with a beard.
Hello. My name is Huck. You look lost. Let me show you around town, not too far from here.
Reaches out a hand. This person is blind. His hand doesn't come anywhere near your face or your body. But you take it nonetheless, because you know nothing more. Castiel. "50 years of bliss. A wedding you long to forget and cherish nonetheless. The death of your wife, Vesper, her name, beautiful still as she was. The council denounced you to ever leave the city. You were to continue training for the next few centuries until that ship came. And they picked you up. What is this? No, no, no. It's not necessary. Unnecessary. Skip past it. Move on. Skip past it, move on. So many memories for such a small, small thing like you. Why is it you are given life? To be stretched so long and to have done so little. It pains me to have to say this, but I'll say it as many times as it takes. I need you to find someone, and I need you to do it quickly. Now, we'll try again. Searing pain, flashing colors. Silver, black, green, orange, and bronze. All of you entangled. Get past Ninja Turtles. The threads have begun to wrap around one another at this point. You all float in the air and are slowly lowered back down as the connection begins to die. All of it, the memories, they pour through you, forced through you, unlike anything you've ever experienced. It's like you were there, again, the entire time, but not you, but everybody. What was that? What is this? What is any of this? What is it indeed? Castio, you hear a crash come from somewhere in the station, and immediately alarms begin to blare. A breach in the atmosphere. You hear the sounds of the station begin to seal off the area that was exposed as it desperately tries to contain the event. You look around at your crew. They all still seem frozen. Those lines, those threads, are slowly wrapping around their necks and their arms, mummifying them. And it all comes back to you, to your palm. You feel flashes of someone picking around in your brain. You can feel yourself whimpering. Is it not picking up? This is supposed to be barking. It's supposed to be a dog whining, barking. Hang on. You look up through a strange, cloudy, lensed vision, and you see Killian's face, but not quite right. Details are like missing or substituted. He looks like a god for some reason. And you just hear him go, "There you go, little buddy. Good as new." And he pets you on the head. And then Pedro's life finishes flashing before your eyes.
Yo, my goat.
If ever you have a question about Pedro, you now know the answer.
Yeah.
Do you go towards the source of the crash?
I grab my bearings,
Mm-hmm.
pick my journal up off the ground, shove it where it goes, and go toward the source.
You begin to walk. The threads on your hand begin to dim, but not disappear as you get further and further away. The crash was relatively close. You walk into a hangar that has been emergency sealed off, though you can see that now the event has been contained. Essentially, the ship crashed straight through the bay as if it was going to dock but couldn't because whoever was in is frozen, and it instead crashed somewhere in the city. Not too far away. You can see it jutting out of the side of a building near the ground. You're not sure if there are any casualties at the moment, but again, these hangar doors have shut so that any damage it did to the outer hull has been rectified. Do you inspect the crash? It's a small pod. You walk forward. You can see it's only big enough for really one person. You look down, and you see a man in a sharp uniform with a handlebar mustache and well-kept hair, holding a chain and a medallion that looks like this. And that is where we're going to end today's session.
Holy fucking shit, dude.
All right,
Damn.
say goodbye. I want to
Oh.
stop the stream.
Is Dark still watching? Has he said
I don't
anything?
know.
I
No.
will-
Oh. It's okay. Well,
Anyways,
goodbye. The
anybody
no
who
people
watched
on
this,
Twitch.
you guys have a good night.
Yeah.
Yeah, goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay.